Hi everyone, welcome in. I've been talking to myself for quite some time now while I was muted. Probably probably a good thing because I really wasn't saying anything good. I just realized that we've got this guy again, the crime scene reconstructionist slash uh what do they call him? He's a weapon. I don't know what's the word. He's a weapon aficionado or something. And she's got to finish her cross on him. Fun times. All right. Can everybody hear me okay? While we get the ball rolling on this? By the way, I've got the sound on. They just don't have it up in the courtroom yet. I'm gonna change the background. I don't like that. They've got the Brian Kohlberger, the Idaho student murder trial. They've got his hearing going on today, right now. But it's been going on for like 2 hours. I have some really good audio from the her Idaho trial that we're going to listen to at lunch today. I made my coffee. It's nice and hot and fresh, and I'm ready to go. They made him get down. What are they doing? His trial won't start for another 50 years. I wonder, when is it not going to start? They don't have it scheduled for this year? I thought they did, Mark. See, I thought they were fixing to start because this guy was up there, and that's why I went ahead and turned it on, but now he's moving around. Mark, you're such a smart aleck. Did Laura put that up? I didn't know that was up there. Take that down. Yeah. No, I will not marry you. You're a pain in my ass. I love you, Mark. Is that our clerk? She has a guy clerk today? Or no, the stenographer. Isn't that what they call him? You're hot. You're so stupid. You're so funny. Quit making fun of me. Technically, they can't go on for another 4 minutes because of the delay. Since I've been listening to the Idaho trial audio, I'm learning a lot more about the case. It's interesting. Don't turn the lights off till the jury gets in the jury box to get sat down. They're gonna fall and hurt themselves. Oh, is that what it is? That makes me perfect. Because I'm a Southern blonde and I know when to mute myself. I mute myself at the wrong times. But the fact that I'm muting myself and someone else isn't muting me, that's a whole nother story, right? She does not have Shih Tzu Yorkie haircut today or hairstyle today. Oh, she's gonna come in looking like a little yippy dog. What makes her, oh, I don't understand why she thinks that she is too old for that, y'all. She's too old for that. Yeah, this guy on the stand doesn't really take much of her crap, does he? That guy right there, the assistant, he looks like Chad Daybell from the back, don't he? I mean, that would just be, I don't know, like, I keep seeing that, thinking that that's him. I know it's not, and it could ever be, but I don't, I know I have to download those pictures from when I went to the, I've got them downloaded, I just haven't sent them yet. Of that slot machine that I was hitting back to back to back on. It was a good day. It was a really good day. When you win $2,000 on a 25-cent slot machine, you know you did something right. I just happened to sit down at the right machine at the right time. And I was there for hours. It was so much fun. Yeah, I know those were the prosecution people, but oh, did they think that? Oh, I see what you're saying. Somebody thought they saw Lori. Yes, that's the best, and no taxes. I think the highest I won was like 11 something. It was just below the line for hand pay. This was awesome. You know what I'm noticing? Every day we come online and we have less and less viewers than the day before. Is it me or is it the trial? Because the trial is, I'm struggling with the trial myself. Really been slow moving. But then again, I'm not really bringing a whole lot of commentary on this one. So it could be me. Oh, hey, Shaza. It's Lori. You think it's Lori? Oh, awesome. The people next door are mowing their lawn today. That's great. You guys might hear that a little bit in the background. This is what my allergies needed too. Oh, you got your tax refund today, Mark? Oh yeah, I would have already been at the boat at the casinos. I call them boats because they were boats here at one time. Yeah, I would have already been at the casinos. I want to go back and sit down at that 25-cent machine. If that had not been that 25-cent, usually like if I hit any kind of little jackpot, even if it's not a big one, you know, if it's a decent size, I'm like, cool, a little dent.
Questioning.
Oh, are we back on?
I'll stand by my statement, Your Honor.
All right.
I just wanted to put it on the record. I don't want to argue about it.
All right. The
All right,
record's
I'm
been
going on
made. I
mute.
also put a little bit of additional information regarding Detective Kuhn's testimony into my minute entry yesterday that is probably posted or will be posted today to supplement the record. So I guess to the extent you're making some sort of, well, your objection's noted, I guess.
Thank you.
Jury right here. All right, let's bring in the jury. Oh, wait. Do you have whatever exhibit?
I believe.
So anyway, what I was saying was usually I don't stay at a slot machine if I hit a little bit, like get a little jackpot or something, I get up and go. But this one had an $89,000 progressive, and I thought, this is fun. I'm going to sit here for a while. Wouldn't that be amazing if I hit this? And I could not believe that that thing hit so many times, such a high, for a quarter slot, such high jackpots, like back to back to back to back. It was amazing. It just goes to show you, you never know what's going to happen on a slot machine. And if it had not been a progressive, like I said, I wouldn't have found that out because I would have gotten up and walked away.
All right, let's bring the jury in.
So now I'm convinced that one machine, I'm going to hit the progressive with it. So every day I go back over there and put a little bit in. Not every day, but I mean, every time I go over there, I have to visit that one. $89,000 after taxes would be probably 60 something thousand, the way they do at the casinos. That'd make me very happy. Sometimes you got to chase the big pot. Yeah. I've never been much into chasing progressives, but that was fun, huh? I mean, it is kind of fun once you get, I think the only reason I really like this one is because a quarter slot is not going to put a huge dent in my pocketbook.
Continue her cross-examination of this witness.
All right, I'm going on mute.
Detective Coons, I know we didn't really establish yesterday. I know that you're retired. Is that okay if I call you Detective Coons, or would you prefer something else?
Detective is fine.
Okay, thank you. Detective Coons, yesterday you testified that no stippling was found as a result of the shot on my husband's chest. Is that correct?
To my knowledge, none was found.
Okay. So would it surprise you if the medical examiner expressed in his defense interview that there was stippling found in that shot?
Would it surprise me that he had found it? Not necessarily based on the information.
Okay. Would it surprise you if the medical examiner expressed that the shooter would have had to be 2 to 4 feet away for that stippling to be present?
And this is from your interview or from the report?
From the interview.
Okay. No, that actually would still be consistent with my observations at the scene.
Okay, great. If someone very muscular like my husband were 2 to 4 feet away from you holding up a bat, would you consider that a threat?
And I would object to speculation, relevance.
Your Honor, I'm asking for his opinion as a professional and as a firearms expert.
He's not, okay.
That goes to the ultimate
hold on.
decision.
The objection is sustained and it calls for a legal conclusion.
It calls for a legal conclusion?
Yes, move on.
Were you present, Detective, when my husband was shot?
No, ma'am.
Is there a video recording of it?
To my knowledge, no.
So is your opinion then an educated guess about what really happened?
It's based on known facts.
Okay. Were you aware, Detective, that my husband and my brother were very good friends?
No, ma'am, I didn't know the relationship.
Did you know that they hung out and played golf together?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Your Honor, I'm going somewhere with this.
Oh,
My follow-up question will explain.
I guess you can answer if you knew that they played golf.
I did not know.
In all of your investigation of my life, you never came across this information?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Are you familiar with my husband's wishes for his funeral?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Did you learn in your investigation that he named my brother Alex as one of his 5 best friends?
And I'm going to object again to relevance.
Sustained.
Did you read the reports in this case?
I did not read all of the reports in this case. No, I've read mine and I've authored mine, but I have not read the other reports.
None of the other reports except for your own?
That's correct.
Okay. Detective, are you familiar with the follow-up report you wrote dated July 29th, 2019?
You're going to have to be a little bit more specific.
Did you review your reports in preparation for your testimony here today?
Yes, but I have not memorized the dates of when I made a report entry.
Okay. Would you like to see it to refresh your recollection?
That would be helpful.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Does that look like a true and correct copy of your report, Detective?
I believe it is.
And those Bates pages run from what to what, please?
They're obscured in the footnotes of it, but it looks like it's 126 through 131.
Okay. And on the last page of your report, on Bates page 131, you explain what a shored wound is.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you read that underlined portion?
I'm going to object to hearsay to reading it.
Sustained. You can ask him to explain what a shored wound is.
Okay. Can you explain to us what the shored wound is that you explained in your report?
Yes, a shored wound would be a wound created as an exit wound where the projectile is exiting the body and the body is either up against a firm surface or firm material like spandex type thing. That's how it's been explained to me.
Okay. That's fair. You said held in place by tight clothing. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you in fact, and it says in your report, did you in fact collect my husband's clothing?
Yes.
Okay. And you took the clothing, it says, to the property storage facility. Is that correct?
Yes, it went to a drying cage.
Okay. Detective, are you familiar with bamboo clothing?
I can't say that I am.
Okay. Were you aware that on July 29th, 2019, my husband was wearing a $200 bamboo workout shirt?
Objection, relevance.
He can answer if he knows.
I have no idea what the cost is.
Are you aware that bamboo is a heavy-duty fabric not to rip or tear except under extreme conditions?
I've not done any research into bamboo fabric.
Okay. So could this fabric of his shirt have caused the wound to be shored?
It could have been a contributor, but it would not have been in this particular case.
Why so?
The body would have been on the floor where the bullet defect was in the floor.
So you just said in your report earlier that a shored wound could be caused by tight clothing. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you're saying that could not have happened in this case?
The shirt did not appear to be tight clothing to me.
Well, it was made of bamboo, as we established, right? Is that correct?
I am taking your word for it. I do not know that it's a bamboo shirt.
Okay. And you did not investigate that at all?
No, ma'am.
But you had the shirt in your possession?
It was seized as evidence, yes.
And you never checked what kind of fabric it was?
No, ma'am.
And you never checked if that could be a possibility?
No, ma'am.
And you knew that spandex was kind of a material that could make that kind of shored mark that you just mentioned, correct?
It would have to be super tight clothing.
Super tight clothing?
Yes.
Or a fabric that's even stronger than the spandex that you mentioned?
The strength of the fabric, I don't believe, has a huge play in it unless it is form-fitting and compressing the skin, much like a hard surface or firm surface would.
Okay. But what you said in your report was that held in place by tight clothing could cause a shored wound.
As has been explained to me, yes.
Okay. Detective, in your report, you mentioned let's see. So it is possible that his shirt could have caused the wound and not the floor.
I'm going to object to asked and answered.
I'll let him answer.
I don't know if it's possible or not for that particular shirt to have caused a shored wound.
Because you did not do any investigation about the shirt.
Because the shirt did not appear to be form-fitting and very tight.
Did it cover over the shoulder where the wound kit was?
It was a full t-shirt at the time.
That's what I'm saying. So was the t-shirt where the wound was on his back, where the bullet exited, was his shirt covering that part of his body?
Certainly.
Okay. Was there a hole in the shirt at that location?
Yes, ma'am.
How big was the hole?
The size of the bullet?
So small. Small.
Fabric stretches and contracts. So it was a bullet size.
Okay. So when you had this shirt and you saw the bullet hole, it was after the shirt had been cut off by the firefighters. Is that correct?
It hadn't been cut off. It had been cut down the middle, down the front,
So just the front was cut. So the back was intact?
minus the defects that we have seen from the bullet exits, yes.
Okay. So you were able to measure that. Do you have a measurement for those bullet holes in the shirt?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So it is possible that his shirt could have caused the wound, the shored wound.
Object again that we've asked and answered this 3 times
Sustained.
now.
Okay, so is it possible that any shirt could have caused a shored wound in any kind of,
And I'm going to object to foundation as to any overly broad.
as an expert?
Let me rule on the objection.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I'll sustain the objection.
As an expert and in your professional opinion, could that fabric of his shirt that he was wearing that day caused a shored wound?
Again, I'm going to object to asked and answered multiple times.
Sustain.
In the last paragraph of your report, Detective, you indicate that you were able to confirm your suspicion of the body position at the scene. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you mean by suspicion?
Well, at the time, I couldn't see through his body to see the full trajectories, so I did need the information from the autopsy. The trajectory rods helped with that, as well as the doctor's statements. All of that combined did give me the 2 different bullet paths.
Okay. And then, can you tell me, Detective, what happened to my husband's shirt? Do you know where it is now?
It is in evidence, as far as I'm aware.
And it's When you looked at it, where was it?
The last I physically saw that shirt was when I handed it off to a crime scene tech to put into a drying cage with the instructions, once it was dry, to have it moved into the property facility.
And so did you see it after it was in the property facility?
No, ma'am, I have not.
So you saw it before it was dried, is that correct?
While it was wet from the medical examiner's office, yes.
And that's when you examined it?
I had seen it at the scene as well.
And then, did you ever examine it?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so you saw it twice.
That's fair.
Okay. So you didn't test it for anything?
I did not.
Did anyone test it for anything?
I
that
do
you're
not
aware
know.
of? That you're aware of?
I do not know.
So you're not aware of it?
Correct. I do not know if anybody else tested it.
Okay. Was the wood floor tested for any fragments of the projectile?
It was actually seized, so it was not tested.
And what does seized mean?
We cut it out of the floor and kept it.
Right, and then was it tested after it was seized?
No, ma'am.
So the wood floor plank that was taken from my residence was never tested for any fragments of the projectile?
The projectile was intact, minus a deformity to it.
Okay. But there wasn't any reason, are you saying there was no reason to test it?
There had been no implication or indication that there was a request for it to be tested.
And you wouldn't do that to see if the projectile actually hit the floor?
No, ma'am. All the other circumstances and information that led up to that decision to seize the floor, everything appeared that it was going to be related to the actual bullet that passed through your husband's body and struck the floor.
Wouldn't testing the floor actually be the easiest way to be sure that the bullet hit the floor?
Not necessarily would it leave anything behind. Like I said, the bullet was a full metal jacket. It was still intact. There had been a significant amount of blood that had pooled in it. I do not know if there would be residue left behind in it for testing.
Fair. Okay. Was the projectile tested for any marks from the floor?
No, ma'am.
Were you aware that this was a rental house that we lived in?
I believe I heard that.
Okay. Were you aware that we had only lived there for about 3 weeks prior to this incident?
I knew it was a short time period, but I did not know the actual duration.
Did you know that? You know that by the time you wrote this report, right?
I don't recall knowing the exact time frame that you had lived there.
Okay. So the defect in the floor of the rental house that we lived in could have already been there before this incident. Is that correct?
Not in my opinion, no.
But it could have.
An objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Sustained.
So of all the divots that we saw yesterday in the pictures on the floor, it could not have been there beforehand?
And again, asked and answered.
I'll let him answer. Go ahead.
The divots I believe you're referring to were extremely smaller than the actual defect, which was still relatively fresh and not sealed like the other divots were.
Okay, can we see? These were previously published, so we can use them, right?
Yeah.
Can we look at
Just
these?
refer to the exhibit number, please.
Okay. Just put it on. Detective, can you see that? I can't see that very well from there. So Exhibit 57, detective,
I'm looking.
this, where my pin is pointing,
Yes, ma'am?
that's the defect that you're referring to where the bullet struck. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am?
Okay. And these defects were already previously at the residence. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am?
And do they look that much significantly different than that to you?
Yes, they do.
What do you think the measurement difference in that is, in your professional opinion?
There is no scale on this photograph. It would be difficult for me to give you an estimate.
So in your estimation, this defect is much larger than this defect. Is that correct?
The second defect you're pointing to appears to be wood grain indentations. The other is an actual defect in the board.
Okay. Thank you. But this defect, this piece of wood that was cut out was not tested. Is that correct?
Again, asked and answered.
Technically correct, but I'll let him answer.
Correct. To my knowledge, it was not tested.
Thank you. So do you know, detective, for a fact that the defect on my wood floor was caused by the second bullet?
And again, I'm going to object to asked and answered.
Sustained.
When we looked at the projectiles yesterday, the one from the baseboard clearly had white paint on it from the baseboard. Is that correct?
Baseboard or the drywall, perhaps.
Okay, but we all saw the white paint. Is that correct?
There was a white marking on it.
Was that tested for the white paint?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
There was no decision made to have it tested.
Because it was logical that it was in the baseboard where the baseboard was painted white, right?
It was very clear that it had passed through your husband and lodged in the baseboard. And upon recovery, there was no deformation to it, indicating that it was a straight-on impact or relatively close so that it embedded itself into the baseboard.
Correct. So it wasn't tested because it really didn't need to be, in your opinion.
Correct.
Okay, that's fair. Next, we looked at the projectile that, according to you, made the defect in my wood floor. Is that correct?
I don't understand your question. Next, we look at it, but I don't see anything.
Oh, we saw the projectile. Can I find out what exhibit that was?
Your paralegal has all those photographs.
Can we use the actual
Yeah.
exhibit?
She can approach and
Okay.
I agree. At the rate that she's going, Charles will definitely get justice. The jury, she's not very likable at all here. I think she forgets that part of it, you know,
looking for the actual
trying to
projectile.
prove her point so
Yes.
much.
I believe it's a smaller. Do you want her to hand that to the witness?
that 239? Okay. Detective, for the record, you're looking at Exhibit 239, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that the projectile that we are talking about that you claimed made the divot in my wood floor?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So was that projectile was not tested, is that correct?
Your Honor,
Is that what
I'm
you
going to
said?
object to asked and answered at least 3 times.
Sustained.
Does that projectile look pristine to you?
No, ma'am. As I've previously testified, it is slightly deformed.
What side is it deformed on? What part about it is deformed?
The back end, the heel area is compressed a little bit so that it's now oval as opposed to circular.
And that would indicate what?
That would indicate that as the bullet struck something firm on its side, it compressed and then it continued on moving.
Okay. So that's what you mean by a shored wound. It hit up against something. Is that correct?
The terminology as it's been described to me is it's the skin is against a firm surface. So in this particular case, the floor would be the firm surface. So as it's entering or exiting your husband and starting to try to enter the floor is forcing the bullet to kind of ricochet, but the body's still keeping it in place. So it's now deforming a little bit and it's still expending its energy to escape from underneath the body.
Okay. And if my husband was in fact laying on the floor, how did it get out from under his body? Wouldn't it have gotten stuck under? That's my question.
Just what?
Could you explain that to me?
I think I just did. So the bullet is a full metal jacket. It still has its energy. Until it starts striking things to cause resistance to it, to slow it down, it's going to expend its energy at a normal rate. I think I just lost the mic, I'm not sure.
No, it's on.
Okay. When it starts striking firm objects, then it'll start bleeding the energy away. And in this particular case, as it's exiting your husband's body, it's impacting bone, it's impacting the flesh that's compressed against the floor, and it's impacting the floor now. So there is going to be a lot of resistance against that. Now, where it exited, it's still not free to just fly like the one that went through his chest and out the back. It's still semi-trapped between your husband's body and the floor, so that's going to cause even more energy drain until it comes to rest.
And how far away from my husband's shoulder was that bullet fragment found? The projectile, I guess.
When it was found, I don't know the exact measurement away from it. I would say a foot or more, maybe.
Okay, so that's what you're talking about the energy. It still had energy to keep moving. Is that correct?
It had enough to escape from being under the body.
Okay. So because of what you saw at the scene, and you state in your report that it was your suspicion that that's what had happened, was that my husband was supine on the floor, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So was it your suspicion from the start of this investigation that led you to not confirm any other alternative?
What other alternative, ma'am? My job was to collect the information and put it together with the information that was being collected in the interviews. The information from the interviews did not completely match everything that I had learned at the scene.
Okay. Let's see. You did not test the wood floor, is that correct?
I'm going to object again to asked and answered multiple times.
Sustained.
You did not test the projectile, is that correct?
I'm going to again object to asked and answered multiple times, and I'm going to move to start striking every question.
Sustained.
You did not investigate my husband's shirt.
And object again to asked and answered multiple times.
Sustained.
Did you call Aloha Carolina and ask them about the fabric of my husband's shirt?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that you made an assumption early on and only investigated the things that supported that assumption?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Remember in your report where you stated that the bullet strike to the abdomen had an upward trajectory, passing through the left lung before exiting near the left shoulder?
Yes.
Okay. Could that upward trajectory have been caused by my husband falling backwards and the bullet hitting the abdomen and going upwards and exiting his shoulder as he hit the floor?
No, not in my opinion.
Okay. Detective Coons, on July 11th, 2019, were you at the Chandler Police Department during my interview?
No, ma'am.
Were you there that morning when we were brought into the Chandler Police Department at all?
No, ma'am. I was at the scene.
Okay. I thought you didn't get to the scene until 11:45.
No, that was when we actually obtained the search warrant. It was about a little after 11:45. I was
Okay.
already at the scene shortly after 9 o'clock.
Okay. Did you see the injury on the back of Alex's head with your own eyes?
I did not take a close look at it. I saw the paper towel that he was holding against his head.
But you did not see the wound itself?
No.
Okay. Are you aware if Alex's hands were swabbed for gunshot residue?
There would have been no reason to swab for gunshot residue.
Why is that?
He had already stated that he was the shooter.
He had stated it?
To my knowledge, that's how the information was provided to me.
Okay. Are you aware if my hands were swabbed for gunshot residue?
I am not.
Okay. Are you aware if my daughter's hands were swabbed for gunshot residue?
I am not.
Do you know for a fact that Alex shot the gun in question?
Based on the information provided, that is what I have, yes.
Do you know that for a fact?
Just with the information that's been provided, I can't tell you one way or another if there's another shooter because the evidence does not show that there was.
Okay. So all you really know for sure, after your 5 years of investigation, is that my husband was shot 2 times, 1 by that particular gun, 2 with those particular bullets, at my residence, and that he passed away as a result of that. Would that be correct?
Oversimplified, there is a lot more information that is available to us for that.
Is that correct? Is that question correct?
Those are some known facts, yes, but that is not all we know.
So you can't really tell me for sure who shot him, can you?
Well, as we've established, I was not present when it happened. I can only go with the facts of what people have said and what the evidence shows.
Okay. You don't really know what time he was shot, do you?
Actually, no, I don't.
Okay. You don't really know if he was falling back or lying supine on the floor, do you?
Yes, I do.
You don't really know what time my husband actually passed away, do you?
No, ma'am, I don't.
Thank you. No more questions.
All right, redirect.
Your Honor, I still have stuff that she
You
gave.
can pass those to, let's have your paralegal get the report that you gave him, but I'll take exhibit 239, is it?
Well, Lori may be in rare form today, but so is the prosecution, you can tell. So this is going to be a snarky day. Thank you, Laura. Thank you, Mark. And thank you, Hear Me Out, for your super chats. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much.
Do you need any of the photos? They're over there.
Kathy wants to know if she's really good. Can she push the shock belt?
Yes. Thank you.
Get in
All right,
line, Kathy.
Detective, I know we started yesterday, so I'm going to kind of go back through a few different areas, all right?
Yes, ma'am.
In terms of just understanding your role working with crime scene techs, you had testified yesterday that they are often the ones who actually pick up the item of evidence and put it in a bag, correct?
Frequently, yes.
Are you there observing them as they do that?
Yes.
You're not just wandering around outside drinking a coffee while they're processing the house?
No, ma'am.
So every item that we've brought in is something that you observed, you were there as they were documented and collected.
Correct.
And some of them, like the gun, you actually had to make safe before it could be collected.
Actually, Detective Duncan is the one that made it safe, but I was present for those things.
Yeah. You were asked about the backyard being searched. When you have other people searching the house, and I think you'd said it was a collaborative event, if someone observes something, do they bring it to your attention as the scene agent?
Yes, if I'm asking somebody to do a search for me to help out with a larger area, it is their responsibility to bring it forward to me if they discover something that they think is important.
And if they see something, you would then go out and observe it yourself?
Yes.
We had talked about the gun yesterday and the ejection port. See if this will be visible here. What do we see right here?
So that is the ejection port.
So when we're talking about how this, how a semi-automatic gun works, and you were talking about the ejection to the right, is that in this gun indicated by the opening where that ejection port is, the side that it's on of the gun?
The opening is part of how it'll indicate where it ejects. Also the extractor, which is a small lever behind the ejection port, is what grabs the casing to pull it out. And internally, there's going to be an ejector that it's usually a small pinpoint that kicks it, and the springs basically flip it out.
So all of that was what made you understand which way the casings would have ejected out of this gun.
Yes.
Now, you told us that that every gun can be slightly different if it's more upward, more outward, and you are unaware for this gun what that ejection would be like.
Correct.
I'm going to go back to your diagram. This is Exhibit 5. Are you able to, by looking at the measurements that you took, give us an estimate of the distance between those two casings that you have listed here as 9 and 10?
My estimation would be a couple feet.
And I guess, would your measurements, did you take measurements of where those were?
I took measurements from the reference points to triangulate it, but I did not measure distance between each object to the other objects.
So the measurements that we see, I'm going to take it out of here. On the second page of your report, are those triangulations that you're talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So are we able to extrapolate from this any distance between those two, or we are left with what you recall at this point?
You're left with what I recall, but I also, on my diagram, I put a reference line or dimension line. It's near the north-south indicator, and that helps somebody who's looking at it get an idea of what a measurement might be in the diagram.
Okay. And is that this line up here?
Correct.
was a lot of questions about where the shooter might have been at the time when this shooting occurred. Start with 19 while I look for a different perspective, but in this house, you've talked about a rounded wall. Can you tell us where you're talking about for that? And I'm gonna put up 14. So on 14, what is this rounded wall that you're talking about when you're referring to the location or potential location? Let me say the general location of the shooter.
So the rounded wall is at the south end of the main room that we're in, where the body's at. And it's also directly across from the hallway that runs to the 3 bedrooms and the hall bathroom.
So is that this wall that we see in Exhibit 14 right here?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, when we are talking about a gun being fired and casings ejecting, as someone who has fired guns before, have you fired them on where the casings are landing on a hard surface?
Yes,
Do casings bounce and roll?
they do.
So is the location of these casings, do they tell us exactly where they initially landed when they ejected?
No,
This is just where they ended up or stopped.
it's where we found them.
They could have been kicked at some point as well.
Yes.
Okay. When you are looking at this scene, are you relying upon these physical items of evidence to reach your opinion?
They would be some of it, yes.
And then are you relying on your training and experience in conjunction with observing the physical evidence as well as the injuries to Charles?
That would also be good pieces of the puzzle.
And are you able to give us the exact location of this shooter?
No, ma'am.
Are you giving us a general area of the shooter?
Yes, ma'am.
And for the shot that goes through Charles's chest and out his back, where is the general area that you are saying the shooter was located?
The shooter would have been located somewhere in the opening to where the kitchen and the hallway is, in close proximity to the rounded corner as well.
Okay, I put up Exhibit 16 here. So somewhere in this area?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you were asked a lot about the autopsy report and stippling. You were provided with a copy of it by the defendant, correct?
It was never provided to me.
You weren't allowed to look at a copy of it?
The report that she gave me was my report from the channel report system, not the medical examiner.
Have you ever looked at the autopsy report?
I have.
Did you, in regards to the injury to Charles's chest, the entrance wound, ever see the word stippling used there?
No, it was not in the report.
When you were reading that, did you interpret the way that Dr. Baumgartner wrote that to mean abrasions related to the actual entrance wound of the gunshot?
That's how I interpreted it.
Does that mean that Dr. Baumgartner didn't mean stippling?
I don't know medical jargon so well, so he could have very well meant it with how he wrote it, but to me, it did not come across that way.
Okay. And when you were at the autopsy, you don't recall him ever telling you about the stippling?
Not in that word, no.
But you were there at the autopsy, correct?
Yes, I was.
Are you in the room with him, like right there next to him?
No, we are actually mandated to stay in the, I guess it's the viewing area of that particular location.
There's a window between you and he's in a different room?
Yes.
So you also were asked about Dr. Baumgartner saying in a defense interview that because of this, what you've now been told is stippling around that gunshot wound to the chest, that the shooter or the gun being used could have been 2 to 4 or so feet away. Do you recall being told that?
Yes, I do.
All right. I have a little thing here, 24 inches. So 2 feet is 24 inches.
Yes, ma'am.
And I don't know if I can approach or if I have to have my,
Go ahead.
thank you. So when we're talking about 2 feet, saying from the wound on his chest,
The indicator would be from the muzzle to the chest.
so that distance is 2 feet.
Yes.
Understanding that additional information that the defendant provided you, that Dr. Baumgartner advised during a defense interview, does that alter your opinion in any way as to where the shooter would have been, the general location of the shooter for this shot to his chest?
No, it actually makes sense with the completed trajectory that ended up in the baseboard.
So those being 2 feet away from Charles Vallow when the end of the gun to his chest did not seem so far away that, or so close that it didn't fit in with your opinion.
Yeah, 2 to 4 feet would be certainly consistent with what I saw.
So he's 2 to 4 feet away from him in this area.
Away from that area, yes. Yeah.
I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the floor itself that you observed underneath Charles's shoulder after he was removed, okay? I'm putting up Exhibit 244. That's the actual piece of wood. And Your Honor, can I actually publish this to the jury and have them
Yes.
look at it? Thank you.
We might have an exhibit gate coming up.
Look at that, and then I'll ask a couple questions.
Thank you, Buzzman Jr. and Cheryl, for your super chats. That was so nice of you. Somebody asked me yesterday about the juror that was texting and if anything had come of it. And I don't think it did because they moved on really quickly after that. Like they didn't make a big deal of it. They didn't spend a lot of time on it. So it was probably, he could have been checking the time on his phone or something, you know? So that might have been what that was about. But I haven't heard anything else about it.
Detective, in looking at the floor itself, you told us that you looked through the whole floor in that room to see if you found any similar types of defects, correct?
Correct.
Did you find other defects on the floor, just period?
There are other imperfections.
You had testified on cross that there was something about the freshness of the defect itself. Were you able to sort of feel a difference in the wood grain, where that indentation is that we see in Exhibit 59 and in the actual piece 244, than you observed in other defects across the floor?
Yes, it did appear to be different than the other imperfections or defects.
Was there anything about the defect itself that indicated a path of travel?
Yes, there is a kind of a linear mark to it, and you'll also see at the in this particular photograph of it, there's like a slight semicircular edge as it exits towards the top right.
And was there anything about that pattern itself, both the depth, the freshness, the location of it, that made you feel it was consistent with a bullet strike?
All of those factors help make it consistent with it, not to mention the location of the projectile that was in close proximity to this defect.
So let's talk a little bit about those projectiles. I'm putting Exhibit 40 up here. Do we see the projectile over here next to Charles Vallow?
Yes.
Now, were you aware when you were given this scene that fire had already been there?
Yes, I was.
Pretty obvious because of all the medical devices, right?
They left a tail.
And if you were advised that fire has testified that they rolled Mr. Vallow onto his right side towards the west, would that have then exposed his left shoulder there?
It should have.
Do you know whether or not that bullet was ever moved at all personally?
Well, I have no idea what the condition of that bullet was until I physically saw it.
Okay. Now, the location of this bullet here on the floor next to Charles, why is that significant in determining whether or not Charles was upright or down?
Well, it's significant because for this particular shot, he would have basically been vulnerable, if you will.
Let me ask it this way. Why is that significant in making your opinion that he was on the floor versus upright for the shot to the abdomen?
Oh, okay. The angle of entry into the abdomen and exit is not consistent with him being upright or any other way other than lying on the floor. The defect is where the defect is, and the bullet, as demonstrated with the chest shot, had enough energy to exit. And had he been any other direction, I would not have expected the defect to be right underneath the body.
So if someone is standing and someone's on the floor shooting upward, where would the bullet go?
Well, if he's standing and the shooter is horizontal, then the bullet would go towards the ceiling or high wall area.
So this idea that it would end up on the floor below him and right next to him, would that fit with that scenario?
Of him standing, no.
When you're looking at the bullets and the location of them in this scene, we had that other projectile, and I'm going to put 20 up here, that went into the baseboard on the east side of the room, correct?
Yes.
When you talk about someone being standing upward and the bullet being slowed, how can you explain to us how this bullet landing over here and embedding itself in that baseboard is consistent with Charles being standing upright when he was shot.
It fits the dimension of the room. It fits the wound path through the chest and exiting the back, because the exit is lower than the entry. So there's already a downward motion to it. I know that the bullet struck the spine prior to exiting, so that would bleed even some more energy from it and potentially cause it to start dropping as well.
So the wound itself was slightly downward.
Yes.
And then given the distance away from Charles, this would be in your mind consistent with having gone through him in that chest to back exit downward angle.
Correct.
So that really only left one other bullet in the room to explain the other injury,
Yes, ma'am.
and that's the one that was right next to him.
Correct.
You were asked whether or not you made assumptions about the shooting, how it occurred. When you got to the scene, you were given a basic briefing, right?
Yes.
How do you start looking at a scene when you're observing the evidence there?
I do an overall assessment of the scene. I apply the initial information that's given to me, and I progress from there.
Are you, if the physical evidence is what it is, are you trying to find a new way to make that work?
No, I let the evidence speak for itself.
So here, the physical evidence is one bullet is in the baseboard, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so that had to come from somewhere that makes sense for that trajectory, right?
Yes.
And then the other bullet is right next to Charles.
Correct.
And so again, you're looking at all the physical evidence and how that fits together.
Yes.
And in this case, in your opinion, the shot through Charles's chest that exited his back, did the evidence support to you that he was standing up for this shot?
Yes.
And in your opinion, looking at all the physical evidence from the casings, the projectile, the injuries to Charles, was that consistent with the shooter? And now that you know the stippling, with the shooter being still in that sort of kitchen hallway-ish area when he fired that shot at Charles?
Yes.
And in your opinion, again, looking at the casings, the injuries to Charles, the location of the projectile, as well as the shored wound and the lack of stippling, does that support your opinion that Charles was on the ground when he was shot in the abdomen?
Yes, it does.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Mic drop.
Are there any questions for this witness from the jury? I'm not seeing any. You can step down. They can call its next witness.
I love that that was the her last question. Boom. And of course, it'll be in her closing
I may go get her.
as well. Am I talking too loud? If I'm too loud, y'all let me know, please. Hey, Deb, if you're still in here, thank you for your coffee you sent over yesterday. I appreciate that. Wowzer, you're so good to me. Get to stock up on my Dunkin' Donuts coffees. All right, they're calling a female. Today is Wednesday, so it's not his sister yet. I can't wait to hear his sister testify. Mark, voice mate. Mark, you crack me up. I wonder who's coming up next. Oh, it could be that female detective. Remember the female detective that interviewed her? Ann Tiley. She had red hair, I think. Hello, Bama. I bet that's who's next. She was, I don't know if you guys watched the other trials or if you're, like if you were new to this, just like I was, but they brought all these investigators from Arizona to Idaho to testify in that case too. And the attorney over there did not like it at
All
all.
right, come on up. You're going
He
to stand
objected.
right here and be sworn in.
The snort will be through the roof today. Oh, right? Give the sister the buzzer. You're good, Bama.
All right, you're going to come around the court reporter, have a seat up here to my left.
Nope, not
Can you
her.
please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, my name's Nancy Jo Hancock.
And do you go by Nancy Jo?
I do.
How old are you?
61.
And do you currently work?
I'm self-employed
Do you live here in Arizona?
in Mesa, yes.
Were you born and raised here?
Born and raised here.
Do you have your own children?
5,
Do you have grandchildren?
15,
Busy person.
yes.
I'm going to direct you to a person by the name of Charles Vallow. Did you ever meet a person by that name?
I did.
How did you meet him?
I'm divorced. I was on an LDS dating site, and when new members join, it tells you this is someone new. And he sent me a message, and we began messaging.
Initially, did you just talk to him do you talk through the website? How does that work?
Through the website at first, and then he asked for my phone number, and then we were texting and talking on the phone as well.
Do you recall approximately when you met him?
It was early July, I believe the 3rd.
And so you said you guys would text. Was this,
A lot.
what's a lot to you?
Charles was a texter and a talker, and he was good at banter, and there were hundreds of texts by the time I had met him.
You said you talked on the phone with him as well?
For hours.
Did you have a conversation with him once that lasted almost 3 hours?
Probably more than one, yes.
When you met Charles in early July, did you know he was still married?
He told me he was in the process of a divorce.
Okay. Did you know whether or not he was living with his wife at that time?
He was in Houston. His soon-to-be ex-wife was here. When he came to Arizona, he was meeting a realtor to find a place to live when he was here as well.
So when you're first meeting him, he's out of state, but he has a connection here to Arizona, so you keep talking to him?
Correct.
As you guys are talking and texting, did you eventually have enough interest that you decided you wanted to meet him?
Yeah.
Did you know what Charles did for a living?
Life insurance and something with money. I try not to have that be the focus when I'm getting to know somebody, so that I get to know them for them and not what they do for a living.
Okay, so you didn't really care too much about
No.
what his job was?
No.
Did you know he traveled a lot for work?
Yes.
As you and Charles are talking and texting, just sort of yes or no, can you tell us, did he get very detailed about his life with you?
Yes.
Did you know if Charles had children?
Yes.
Just yes or no again, did you talk to him about his wife specifically?
A lot.
Did he mention his wife by name?
Yes.
What did you believe his wife's name was?
Lori Vallow?
Have you ever met Lori Vallow?
No.
Again, just sort of yes or no. Did Charles talk to you about
Your Honor.
why?
Objection. Leading.
I heard the question.
Objection.
I haven't heard the question yet. Go ahead.
So just yes or no. Did Charles talk to you about why he
Leading
was
is yes or no.
No, leading is a question that suggests the answer. So she can answer yes or no.
So again, just yes or no. Did Charles talk to you about why he was separated from his wife?
Yes.
Based upon your discussions, how long did you think there had been issues going on between Charles and his wife?
For several months, but more intensely since the beginning of that year was 2019. So since the beginning of that year.
You told us that Charles talked to you let me ask you, yes or no, did he talk to you in great detail about his relationship with Lori Vallow?
Yes.
You told us you met on an LDS dating site, right?
Correct.
So are you a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints?
I am.
Was there anything that you were hearing that you thought were outside of your beliefs?
A lot of things.
As Charles was telling you these things about his wife, can you tell us his demeanor? What his voice was like, what his attitude was like as he's talking about that?
I just remember thinking that he was strangely calm and still kind towards Lori, even through what they were going through.
You told us you were aware he had a child. Did you know where that child lived, who the child lived with?
Yes.
Who was that?
He was living with Lori at that time.
You have.
He had older children as well, but the young one was living with Lori.
You have these conversations with Charles about his wife and these things that to you seem outside the LDS religion. Why do you keep talking to him?
Well, he was very charming and kind and funny and very clever, really good banter. A lot of craziness going on around him, but he seemed pretty awesome.
Now, you guys had just known each other for a few days. Did you think you and Charles were exclusive?
Heavens no.
So would you be surprised to learn that he was talking to other people on other websites?
Not at all.
Did he in fact share some of that with you?
He did. He shared some pictures of some women that had sent him that were quite scanty, and then proceeded to ask him for money, and thought how funny that was, that that's what people were doing online.
Did
Ooh,
you
she's a little
eventually
jealous.
meet Charles in person?
I did.
And how many times did you get to meet him in person?
Just once.
What day was that?
He was flying in from Houston, and we had arranged to go to dinner that night. His plane was delayed, and so I met him that night on the 10th of July.
July 10th, was that 2019?
Correct.
And was that then here in Arizona that you met?
It was.
You said that you had original plans to meet and they got pushed back?
Yeah, his plane was delayed, so we met a little later than we were supposed to.
Where did you guys meet? What did you do?
At the Keg restaurant by Santan Mall, and we ate, but we talked until the restaurant closed. We were the last people there.
So you shut the place down.
We did. I finally looked around and I realized that we were the only ones there and told them we probably should leave. And then we went outside and talked by my truck for another 45 minutes or so.
Based upon everything you had heard, was Charles coming in to see you, or was there some other reason he was in Arizona?
Charles was ecstatic to see JJ. He was coming to see JJ, so excited to take him to school the next morning. He was also coming to look for a place to live. He had an appointment to meet a realtor friend after he had taken JJ to school. And then he was also supposed to meet with Lori's brother, Adam.
So you and Charles have this evening on the 10th. Were you going to meet again?
Yeah, we were supposed to meet up in the late afternoon after he got through with the things that I just said.
So did you have a set time for the next
No.
day?
Mm-mm.
Can you describe Charles? Was he a fit man? What was his size?
Very fit and into physical fitness. And while we were talking, I know that he was swimming. I got to go to the gym and yeah, very, very fit, strong.
When you were talking with Charles on July 10th, that evening, let me ask first, do you recall about what time you ended up meeting him?
It was around 7. I got there first, and but it was right around 7, between 7 and 7:15, I'd say.
And do you recall about how long you guys were together until you finally
Well, the
left?
restaurant closed at 10, and they were closed, and no one else was there. So it was after that we left, and then, like I said, we stood by my truck and talked for another half hour, 45 minutes after that.
So a later evening.
Yes.
Can you tell us, you said that you understood he was going to go see his son. What was his demeanor about with regards to JJ and seeing his son?
Like a kid on Christmas morning, he was very excited to see JJ.
You had talked about his demeanor when he would talk about his wife. On that evening or ever, did you ever hear him swear or use derogatory names or anything like that towards Lori Vallow?
I was surprised with the details that he was describing to me, how kindly he still spoke about Lori, and his hope was that she would be a great mom for JJ.
Did that stand out to you?
A lot.
Why?
Most men that you date are not nearly so kind about their ex and describe them in more derogatory ways and don't speak so kindly. And I remember just thinking how odd in a good way it was that he was not speaking in a derogatory way about Lori.
So that made an impression on you.
It did.
During any of your conversations with Charles, did you ever learn that he had a life insurance policy?
I did.
As you are talking, did Charles really just tell you a lot about his life?
A lot about his life, yes.
Were you almost surprised at the amount of detail of his life that you learned?
Yeah.
Did you understand whether or not any changes had been made by Charles to the life insurance policy?
He told me that he had changed his beneficiary to his sister, Kay. And as he was proceeding to tell me some of the things that were going on, I suggested to him that maybe he should let Lori know that he had changed the beneficiary on his life insurance to Kay.
Why would you tell him that?
Because of the things that he was describing to me and his concerns for his safety and the thought that money would come into play.
Do you recall where you were when you made that suggestion to Charles?
We were sitting at dinner at the Keg.
So this is on July 10th.
Correct.
Oh,
what was
this
his
woman cost
demeanor
Lori
like when
money.
you told him that?
He kind of chuckled and said that he probably should.
Um,
Said that was a good idea.
You told us that you don't know Lori Vallow, correct?
I do not.
Would it be fair to say that you sort of have no beef in this case?
I have no beef in this case.
Do you know any of Charles's family back then?
No,
Any of Lori Vallow's family back then?
no.
Um, When you, I guess, left Charles after talking in the parking lot that evening, you told us that you had sort of unformalized plans to see Charles the next day.
Correct.
Was there like someone would call someone, or how was that supposed to go?
He just said that he needed to do the things that I said, to have a morning with JJ, find a place to live, meet up with Lori's brother Adam, and, then we would meet up somewhere for a late lunch or something.
Did you ever try to reach him on July 11th of 2019?
I did.
Did you try texting him ever?
Around 11-ish in the morning, I texted him and asked how his morning with JJ had been.
Did you get a response back?
I did not.
Did you try calling him?
A couple hours later, I called once, yes.
Did you get a call back?
I did not.
What were you thinking when you didn't hear from Charles after you spent this night?
I was puzzled how I had misread what I had thought been a good date so wrong that he would not even take the courtesy to reply. Wondered why, but just figured that was what his decision was.
So on July 11th, when you're not hearing back from Charles, did you know that he had been shot and killed?
No.
Did you later learn that Charles had been killed from seeing something on TV?
I was watching TV in December, I believe, and his picture came on the screen, and it said that he was dead.
When you learned that in December, that he had been killed, did you learn when that had happened? Did you try to investigate?
I did. They said the date, and I thought, oh my gosh, that's right about when I went out with him. And so I went to my phone and thought I probably had deleted our text conversations. If I'm not dating someone I text, I usually delete the thread, but I had not. And I had the conversations, and then I realized that I was with him until 10:45 that night, and that he died at 7:30-ish the next morning.
And did you later then talk with the police in April of 2020 to tell them what you knew about this case?
I did.
Thank you. The state has no other questions.
Cross?
Buckle up. Oh. She does seem super credible. Yeah. She cost Lori that money.
Nancy Jo, right?
Correct.
And we have not met before,
We have
correct?
not.
Okay. And you stated that your husband, or my husband, told you that he was going through a divorce. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And did you have any way to verify that?
No, I didn't try to verify that.
Okay. So did it surprise you later to find out that we were not in the process of a divorce?
Charles was in the process of a divorce.
He was not in the process of a divorce. Did it surprise you to find that out?
She's
You've
testifying.
seen it all on TV where we're not getting divorced.
Okay.
So on the website that you met him, did he say he was divorced?
I'm not certain.
Would you have gone on a date with him if he would have said he was married?
if I would have realized how married he still was, maybe not. But I just met for dinner. I wasn't sleeping with him or anything.
Do you go on dates with married men?
I'm going to
Not
object
naturally?
argumentative.
Do you, Lori?
I'm going to also object under 611 for harassment.
All right. I'll sustain the objection.
Your Honor, do I not have a right to cross-examine this witness for what she has already testified to?
You can cross-examine her about what she's testified to.
So you did go on a date with a married man,
I went on a date with Charles.
but you did not know he was married.
I knew his divorce was not final.
His divorce was not started.
Okay.
Okay. So in your text messages, you asked Charles if he was a good kisser. Is that correct?
Maybe, sure.
Did he answer that text message?
I'm
gonna
sure.
object to
I'm sure he did.
relevance. Again, 611 harassment.
I'll sustain the objection for relevance and hearsay.
So are you trying to tell me and this jury that you went on one date with my husband and he told you all the details of our lives?
I'm telling you the truth, and that's what I know.
So you spent your whole date getting to know each other, talking about me.
Don't flatter yourself. No, we did not spend the whole time talking about you.
Oh! You knew a lot about me, right?
I knew what I've testified to.
What else did you talk about on your date?
Lots of things.
Like what, for instance?
Life, kids, the church, lots of things.
Okay. Did he tell you about anything about our other 4 children?
Yes,
So you knew that we did have 5 children as well?
I did.
Okay. Did he talk to you about my daughter Tylee?
He did.
Did he talk about his relationship with her?
I don't recall that.
Did he talk about the contention in his relationship with my daughter Tylee?
I don't recall that.
I'm sure you don't.
And I'm going to object to comments by the defendant made after questions testifying.
I'll sustain the objection.
On your date, you talked about my husband was a life insurance salesman. Is that correct?
I knew he did something with money and insurance, but I really didn't know the details of what he did for work. Like I said, I don't ask the details about what someone does for work when I'm trying to get to know someone.
But you knew that he sold life insurance. You stated that.
I believe that I had a vague understanding that he did something with insurance.
And then he brought that up again at dinner.
No, we didn't talk about his work at dinner.
I thought you said you did talk about, and correct me if I'm wrong, you said you did talk about that he changed the life insurance policy at dinner.
Well, you were asking me if we talked about that he sold insurance, which that didn't happen. But yes, he did tell me that he changed the beneficiary of his life insurance policy at dinner.
Did he tell you how much his life insurance policy was for?
Yes, he did.
What did he say?
$1 million.
Did he tell you how much my life insurance policy was for?
I do not recall.
You don't recall?
We didn't talk about you very much in that vein.
When did you talk to him about me very much then? If it wasn't at dinner, was it in your text messages?
We were talking about what he was going through in the process of separating from you, not about what your life insurance policy was worth. And we talked about you on the phone, and when I say you, meaning what he was doing as he was going through this separation.
So let me understand. You were dating some different men on this website, right? From the websites.
Sure.
Would you say it was common for men to be talking so much about their supposed ex-wives during their conversations with a potential?
It's actually very common.
Really?
Really.
Talking is better than
And again,
planning.
I'm going to object to the
They're
lieutenant making
unaliving.
comments after her questions. and
I'm
move
sorry,
this
Your
way.
Honor, I won't do that again.
All right, please stop.
I'll just ask the questions.
Thank you.
So there were some text messages between you and my husband after the dinner on July 10th. Is that correct?
Correct.
What time would those text messages have occurred?
After dinner,
What time?
10:45-ish.
10:45 to what?
I'm not certain, ma'am. After dinner.
10:45 to midnight, maybe?
I just told you I don't know. Maybe.
What did you discuss in those text messages?
And I'm going to object to relevance again. If there's a specific area.
Sustained.
You testified a minute ago that Charles told you a lot of things about his wife. You didn't say ex-wife, but you said wife. Is that correct?
Okay, sure.
What were a lot of things?
The things that I've testified to.
Can you be more specific?
Am I allowed to do a narrative then?
Let's go on sidebar.
He's going to call her out again for the way she's acting and for what she's saying after the witness, because he got on her yesterday about it. If you guys weren't here yesterday, he told her, I think it was after court, wasn't it, when the day was up, that she was making too many comments after the witness would answer her questions. I just can't believe she has the nerve to go at this woman like this when she's like, oh, so you can just chat with all these other women, all these other men. And I'm thinking, well, at least they're not planning their unaliving, girl. What? Oh, yeah. Can you imagine putting Sarah Boone and Lori Vallow in a cell together? That'd be weird. That would be awkward, actually, I think. But I am so glad this woman is not, she was probably prepared for it. She was probably prepared for Lori's sarcasm and disdain. And she wasn't going to let herself get back down. She probably feels a little bit like she needs to fight for the memory of Charles, too. You guys don't forget to put blue hearts in the chat for Charles. I have his photo up here on the top right of the video. He's such a good-looking man. I didn't realize he had already started seeing other people. I think that's great. She is a tough cookie. And it sounded like when the prosecutor said, well, he was seeing other people too, right? And she's like, well, yes, but she kind of like downplayed the other women he was seeing. Like she knew about what they were doing and talking about.
Too much longer. I'll have the jury wait for a few minutes. We'll see if we can finish this witness as we go into the lunch hour. But I'll excuse the jury for just a few minutes because we're having technical difficulty with the court reporter being able to hear.
And Patty said, this was great. Patty said, my heart breaks for her to think that she was interested in her, that he wasn't interested in her when in fact he was no longer alive. I didn't realize she said she went 5 months without knowing. That's what the crazy thing is like, and I think I've said this before, they downplayed his case.
Please be seated. The jury is no longer present.
Because it was the first death.
The last question the defendant asked of the witness was along the lines of, what things did you discuss about me, meaning the defendant? Is that correct?
That's what I
Yes.
recall, Your Honor.
Are you sure you wanted to answer that question? Because you're opening up a really big door. If you want her to answer the question, I'll have her answer the question.
How am I supposed to know what a lot of things are?
All right. If you want her to answer the question and there's no objection from the state, we'll
No
bring
objection.
the jury back in and have her answer the question. All right. Let's bring the jury in.
All of that just to Yeah, that was kind of a Daryl Brooks moment where you have to take the jury out to straighten up the self-representing defendant. It is kind of odd that she's so jealous, knowing that she also had a boy a boyfriend who also had a wife, and knowing what this woman has no conscience whatsoever. She can sit there and talk about her children like they're still around. She could sit around and talk about her husband's death in front of everybody, and I mean, and go on interviews. It just blows my mind for somebody to have that kind of mindset that she doesn't care what other people think about her, obviously, but also has zero remorse for what she did. And see, her doing these interviews to me just makes it even worse because what she doesn't realize, I would think that it just makes it easier for a judge to look at it and say, she is not remorseful. So when I go to sentence her, this is something I'm going to take into huge consideration. But you're right, Corolla. This is the real Lori that we're seeing now. Golly, she's a piece of work. See, y'all, this is why I couldn't watch this trial before. Judy said that Lori was. Uh-oh. Hang on. They're switching over to a commercial. What are they doing here? Hang on. Let me pull up the feed. They wouldn't be going to lunch so early. Hang on. I got to pull up another feed because I don't want to play the playback that they're doing. Okay, there we go. Let me put that back up so we can at least see the courtroom. I don't think they're going on lunch break. They wouldn't be going on lunch break. They've only been on an hour and a half. I have to look at my notes. What was it? Where's my little thingy at that tells us when? To look at my picture, I did. $12:30. They would be going to lunch. Well, is that right? Maybe it is. Oh, well, I guess that is right. I don't know. I'm gonna hang out and see what they do. I would love to see Jodi Arias and Lori in a room together talking. Just talking. Thank you for re-upping your membership, Miss Judy. You're so kind. Jody, yeah. Because see, Sarah Boone couldn't hold like the type of conversation that Jody and Lori could hold. Jody and Lori could really go to town on how conniving. Can you imagine those two? That talk about a reality show. They would sit there and plan about how they would take out everyone in their lives. Mark, great point. Lori forgets that the prosecutor will be able to build on what she's saying. Absolutely. if that witness had come back and been snarky, she probably would have been called out. But I like what Patty said about if when she asked about, so you date married men? She come back and said, so do you? Do you, Lori? I mean, unbelievable. She just has no shame. Yeah, she started cheating first. But see, in Charles's mind, he wasn't cheating because he was going through a divorce. And wasn't Lori the one that filed for the divorce? Or was it Charles? No, Lori didn't want to file for divorce. She wanted to get the life insurance. That's right. What am I thinking? I don't know. Maybe they did go to lunch, you guys. He did say they were going to finish with this witness. I hope so. It doesn't seem like this has been the best witness the whole trial. Now, see, I could put, yeah, you could cast, I'm glad you're back in, Cass. You could put Sarah and Letitia together. Those two would have kind of the same intelligent level. And then Lori and Jody together. Like those, yeah, that would be like marriages made in heaven. There you go. Mean girls versus mean queens. That's a good one, Cheryl. Laura said, all I can say is wow. I'm glad this is a short break because I wanted to, this is too good. I don't even want to move on to anything else until we get the answers. I was just thinking a while ago while we were listening to this, what do you guys think that her paralegal is thinking about her? You know, she hates that she has to have this job. Because I kind of wonder, like, okay, so she's a paralegal. She's new to the law. She kind of has to take what she can get, right? You would think. This probably wasn't her first choice to help Lori Vallow Daybell. I wonder how she got, she would have been appointed, right? Is that how that works? I guess so. Lori's having a Lori's probably having a Letitia style panic attack. I know. Yeah, they're professional. But I was just thinking, like, I bet it kind of irks her where she's like, I mean, you can only control somebody that's like that so much. I can guarantee you that Lori will not allow that paralegal to have the last say in stuff. She'll guide her, and Lori will let her guide her legally. But when it comes to like holding her back on certain things, she could say, "I wouldn't suggest you do that." And Lori's like, "I don't care." She said, "She's dating my husband, her husband," and I knew this morning when she was questioning that other guy, the first guy, and she kept calling him her husband, her husband. She had not been doing that as much before. And today she came in awfully just, you know, blazing out the gate. And I thought, wow, today she's had her coffee or whatever. And I bet this is why she was waiting on this lady to get up there. Jody wasn't originally a Mormon. She was talking about Jody Arias. She was I don't even know if she was in a religion before she met him. She only became Mormon because of him, but she's probably not practicing, let's face it. Oh, the blue hearts, that's just out of respect for Charles. I don't really know what his color is, but I thought blue hearts would be nice in memory of him. We did use the blue hearts for Jackson Sparks a while back. Kurt Nimme said during the trial that he hates Jodi Arias and he represented her, so someone's got to do it. Yeah, they don't have to like their client, right? My wonderful, loving husband. She was claiming him way too much this morning, and I just felt like that's odd. Oh, they just put on lunch break. They just put that up. Oh, it's like the anticipation. That's one way to keep us hanging, right? Dang, you guys. They went to lunch. Okay. I'm going to keep it up on the background just so I can, if it comes back, we'll be right back on it. And then I'm going to put something up for you guys to watch. So like I had said before, I had put up a bunch of, I've been clipping a bunch of this audio from the trial over at, in Idaho for her. Interesting stuff too. I mean, mind blowing. I'm not trying to be that funny, but yeah. So let's get to one of them. This is one of the detectives in the case that's testifying. I think that's who I want to do first. Let me see.
If you've got another witness to call at this time, you can.
Your Honor, the state calls Mike Douglas.
All right, Ms. Rawlings, are you going to be conducting direct here?
Yes, I am. For Mr. Douglas, and maybe this would be an appropriate time. Your Honor, we have some summary exhibits or demonstrative exhibits that have been previously provided to the defense with, along with attribution for it as well. And I'm going to be making a motion for their admission pursuant to IRE 1006 and to aid the jury in understanding the voluminous financial documents and information that were analyzed by Mr. Douglas in this case. They are exhibits 111 through 117. And I believe that I emailed the court and counsel a copy of everything Saturday afternoon.
All right, well, let's go ahead and have your witness sworn, and then if there are additional exhibits you'd like to move to admit, we'll take that up.
And Your Honor, if you'd like, I can have the witnesses handed the originals of exhibits 111 through 117 just to confirm that they were prepared by him in aid of his testimony.
All right, before that, let's get started here. The witness has now been sworn. I'd first like to inquire, have you, Mr. Douglas, reviewed any of the trial testimony before coming in today, or listened in on the trial, or observed it in any way?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll next advise you that while you're testifying, we're making a record, so please make an effort to answer all of the questions with verbal responses and try to avoid speaking at the same time as anyone questioning you, so the record stays clear. So with those rules in mind, then I understand the state request to have the witness provided with copies of certain exhibits. Is that correct, Ms. Rawlings?
That's correct. I believe defense counsel is just confirming they are the same ones. Mr. Douglas, if you'll just look through those and confirm that they are the same summary or demonstrative exhibits that you prepared in aid of your testimony today.
Yes, ma'am, they are.
All right, Your Honor, and I will move for the admission of those summary exhibits pursuant to 1006.
All right. Well, I've looked at these, so I want to take them up individually. So starting with Exhibit 111, which does appear to be a summary that may qualify under 1006 of the rules of evidence. Does the defense have any objection to that being admitted?
Just if this witness can testify that these were prepared by him and what he relied upon to prepare these summaries.
All right. I think that's appropriate to have additional foundation if there's a question as to 111.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Agent Douglas, with regards to Exhibit 111, could you please look at that?
Yes, ma'am. And for the record, I should state that I'm a forensic accountant, not a special agent.
Okay.
Just to make sure that's clear for the record.
Okay, thank you. And did you prepare Exhibit 111?
I did.
What documents did you rely on in preparing Exhibit 111?
So as noted down at the bottom, Tyler had a JP Morgan Chase account that ended in 3918. This was a joint account with Ms. Daybell. And then the following, towards the end, the marks that are in the green and the red, Tyler later had a bank account with BBVA that ended in 5794. And due to Tyler being a minor again, Ms. Daybell had to be a signer on the account.
All right, and were you provided information or bank account information by Detective Considas with the Rexburg Police Department?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Your Honor, I believe that information was relied upon by Agent Douglas in preparing these exhibits.
All right, with that additional foundation, any objection to Exhibit 111 being admitted?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Exhibit 111 is admitted as a summary to prove content under Rule 1006. The next offered exhibit is 112, which is a timeline. What's the offer on that, Ms. Rawlings?
Thank you, Your Honor. And I should also mention that I provided the defense an Excel spreadsheet, and I believe the court also received a copy of the Excel spreadsheet showing all of the account information and attribution and foundation for Mr. Douglas's preparation of these timelines. I believe defense counsel had difficulty opening that Excel spreadsheet that I sent, and I did provide them a hard copy of it yesterday as well.
All right. As it relates then to the timeline, I wouldn't see that as falling under Rule 1006. Is it a demonstrative exhibit?
Yes, it is, Your Honor, and I can go through the questions if you'd like.
Let me just ask then, is there any objection to Exhibit 112 being admitted at this time from the defense?
I don't believe I heard this witness say that he's the one who prepared it, relying upon what information?
All right, if you'd like to ask some foundational questions, you can.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Douglas, in preparation for your testimony today, with regard to Exhibit 112, what is that? Can you identify that?
This is a timeline relative to Tylee and events that happened in her lifetime from the death of her father, Joe Ryan, going forward.
Okay. And did you personally prepare this exhibit?
I did.
Did you prepare it in aid of your testimony today?
I did.
Did you prepare it in an effort to aid the jury in understanding all of the financial information you analyzed?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of Exhibit 112.
All right, any objection as to 112?
No, Your Honor.
Very well, Exhibit 112 is admitted as a demonstrative exhibit. Let's next look at the Exhibit 113, which is also a timeline. Madam Prosecutor, if you'd like to inquire, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Douglas, or Mr. Douglas, would you please identify Exhibit 113 for the record?
This is a chart that, or a timeline that I noted as events that happened in JJ's lifetime from the passing of Charles Vallow moving forward in his lifetime.
Okay, and did you personally prepare that exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you rely on information and financial account information that you received from Detective Considas to prepare that document?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you prepare that document to aid the jury in understanding the financial accounts and information that you analyzed as part of your work on this case as a forensic accountant?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of Exhibit 112.
I think that's 113.
I'm sorry, 113.
Any objection on 113 being admitted?
May I ask a question in aid of objection?
You may.
Mr. Douglas, on your timeline here, you have dates that Tylee is killed and JJ is killed. Is that part of your accounting, is to figure out when the dates people died, or was that information told to you?
That information was told to me, sir.
Okay, so if those dates aren't correct about the dates that the children were killed, is all the other information on your sheet correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, for demonstrative purposes, I don't object to the exhibits. It's based upon what others told him as well.
All right, without objection then, and with that in mind, the court does find that it's allowable as a demonstrative exhibit, and so Exhibit 113 is admitted. Let's next look at Exhibit 114, which was offered. You can inquire as to that as well now, Ms. Rawlings.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Douglas, can you identify Exhibit 114 for the record?
Yes, ma'am. These are Social Security payments received by Miss Daybell after the passing of the children, or the dates given for the passing of the children.
And did you prepare that document yourself?
I did.
Did you prepare it as an aid or summary for the jury for demonstrative purposes?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of Exhibit 114.
Any objection on 114?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Exhibit 114 is admitted. Let's next look at Exhibit 115, which is the timeline. You can inquire, Ms. Rawlings.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Douglas, can you identify Exhibit, I think we are on 115 now?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. This is a timeline that I've referenced as the grand theft timeline that I prepared.
All right, and you prepared that yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
And you prepared that in aid of your testimony today before the jury?
That is correct.
And did you prepare it in an effort to help the jury understand the voluminous financial information and other information you learned through your investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of Exhibit 114 as a demonstrative exhibit.
That's 115
Sorry.
that we're on. Any objection as to Exhibit 115?
May I ask a question in aid of objection?
Yes.
So, Mr. Douglas, again, you're relying on information told to you from the police as to dates of death of Tylee, JJ, and Tammy.
That is correct.
So that's not part of your forensic accounting, is to figure out when and where people died, but that was information that was told to you.
Yes, sir.
With that explanation, Your Honor, I don't have any objection to the exhibit.
All right, then Exhibit 115 is admitted as a demonstrative exhibit. There's another timeline that's Exhibit 116. If you'd like to inquire on foundation for that, you may.
Thank you. Mr. Douglas, can you identify Exhibit 116 for the record?
Yes, ma'am. That is a timeline of the life insurance relative to Miss Tammy Daybell.
And did you prepare that in aid of your testimony today?
I did.
Did you prepare it as an aid to assist the jury in understanding the financial information that you analyzed in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you rely on other information from other law enforcement officers in preparing this exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, for demonstrative purposes, I would move to admit Exhibit 116.
Any objection as to 116?
For demonstrative purposes, I do not object.
Okay. Exhibit 116 is admitted as a demonstrative exhibit. And then finally, there was Exhibit 117 offered. And if you'd like to ask foundational questions, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Douglas, for the record, can you identify Exhibit 117?
Yes, ma'am. This one I tiled the Venmo activity, and I prepared this in aid of my testimony today.
Thank you. And You prepared that yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
You prepared that to assist the jury in understanding the financial information you analyzed?
I did.
Is there any information on this document that's relying on other officers, or is it just containing financial information?
There is information on it relying on other officers.
Okay. And so you included information that you learned through your contact with other law enforcement in this investigation?
That's correct.
Your Honor, for purposes of for a demonstrative exhibit, I would move for the admission of Exhibit 117.
Any objection as to 117?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Exhibit 117 is now admitted as well. You can continue with any direct examination at this time, then, Ms. Rawlings.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can I also ask the court to pull previously admitted exhibits 64A and B? I'll need those shortly.
Okay, we'll work on getting those ready.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Douglas, will you please state your name and spell it for the record?
My name is Michael Douglas, Michael Douglas, Douglass.
And where are you employed?
With the FBI.
What is your job title with the FBI?
I'm a forensic accountant, ma'am.
Okay. What does a forensic accountant do?
A typical day-to-day is research and analyze financial records, hold interviews, and testify.
Can you describe in more detail the work you did in analyzing the financial data in this case?
So regarding this case, I reviewed nearly 80 bank accounts to include credit card statements for multiple individuals in this case.
Okay. Can you name some of the individuals that you analyzed the bank accounts?
Miss Daybell, Chad Daybell, Alex Cox, to name a few, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to ask that you be handed, it's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 64A and 64. Do you recognize those?
I do.
Can you tell the jury what those are?
These are bank statements in the name of Miss Lori Vallow regarding her bank account with BBVA Compass.
Okay. And have you reviewed those records previously?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar, have you reviewed other bank records on behalf of Lori Vallow?
I have.
And are you familiar with Mark Sari?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you worked with Mark Sari in relation to this case?
I have.
In your investigation on this case, have you looked into the deposits of Social Security funds into that BBVA Compass account?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you reviewed Social Security benefits being deposited into any other accounts?
Yes, ma'am.
What were those accounts?
Tyler was receiving Social Security payments into her JP Morgan Chase account ending 3918.
As part of your role as a forensic accountant, we've kind of gone through this a little bit. Did you prepare any demonstrative aids or documents summarizing the amounts of the Social Security funds that were received into that BBVA Compass account?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you familiar with the timeline of the death for Tyler Ryan?
I am.
Do you know approximately when she died?
It is approximately 9/9/19.
Did you create a summary or a demonstrative exhibit with Tylee's financial information?
I have.
All right, and then starting with Exhibit 111. I'm going to try this two ways, Your Honor. I have the hard copy, but they are on legal paper, so I'm not sure how well they'll show under the Elmo. I also have an electronic copy that we can try and pull up on my computer.
Okay.
So if we can try the computer version first. Can you explain the information contained in this document?
Yes, ma'am. So the information provided on this document are regarding Tylee's two bank accounts. The first one starting with her JP Morgan Chase account beginning January 1 of 2019. And the following bank account for her BBVA Compass account, the 5794. Prior to August 2019, the expenses as they can be seen on here for Tylee's pattern of life are between about 30 to 70 transactions. Those are both brick and mortar purchases, such as going to the local grocery store, and also include monthly expenses such as her Apple account. And then the following, the red and the green, and the information provided there in August and September, both of those show, as I will show later on, when Tylee's BBVA account was open, and then the transition to the BBVA account, the closing of the JP Morgan account, and then the continued use of the BBVA account.
Okay. So how many bank accounts are shown on this document? 2. All right. And then you explained the colors are tracking what information? So the blue will show Tylee's deposits that were made into her JP Morgan account. The orange shows the withdrawals or the transactions from that same account. The green is associated with deposits that were into the Compass or BBVA account, and the red are withdrawals from that BBVA account. Okay. And what account did Tylee's Social Security payments from the death of her father, Joe Ryan, get deposited into initially? Those were initially going into the Chase account. Okay. And how did Tylee manage her money when she had access to her JP Morgan Chase account? Tylee was responsible with her money. I never saw her have one negative balance. Were any automatic payments set up for Tylee's account, for the JP Morgan account? She had 2. She had her Jeep payment as well as her T-Mobile payment. Okay. And did you create a timeline referencing the major financial and other events for Tylee? Yes, ma'am. Your Honor, may I publish Exhibit 112?
You may.
Are you able to read that, Mr. Douglas?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Can you walk me through this timeline?
So this timeline starts regarding the death of passing of Tylee's father, Joe Ryan. The date on that was April 3rd of 2018. It was due to her father's passing was why she received the Social Security payments. The initial Social Security payments start going into her JP Morgan Chase account on June 14th of 2018. We found in Tylee's records, or I found Tylee's records, that she had payments to a GED program, researched that, and we found that Tylee had received her GED, and the passing date was October 12th of 2018. This BBVA account that you handed me earlier, Ms. Vallow or Ms. Daybell, was opened October 23rd of 2018. Joe Ryan held a life insurance policy, and the records that we obtained showed that death benefits were provided and paid into a bank account held by Ms. Daybell to the tune of just about $65,000. That deposit was October 26th of 2018. Also in Tylee's bank records, we found deposits from J&S Investments. Research found that belonged to her uncle, Dr. Jeff Shiflett. She worked for him for a couple of months. So she was having deposits into her account from Dr. Shiflett starting December 10th of 18.
And when did the T-Mobile payments start?
The T-Mobile payments started, as far as the records they provided to us, February 25th of 19.
Okay. And just, if you'll continue walking through that timeline.
Okay. As I noted earlier, Tylee had her Jeep. Charles Vallow helped her purchase that Jeep. He's the co-signer on the application. And her initial payment for the Jeep came out June 3rd of 2019, again from her JP Morgan Chase account. And then following month, July 11th, is the shooting of Charles Vallow by Mr. Cox. A week later, there was a text message that was discovered between Miss Daybell and Mr. Daybell about the receiving of $4,000 Social Security funds, but not receiving a life insurance payment or life insurance policy. The following week, we noticed that this was the last payment of Tylee's Social Security funds into her JP Morgan Chase account.
Can you just say the date for the record?
July 24th of 2019. Ms. Vallow had a $2 million life insurance policy. The records provided per the insurance company showed that on August 12th, Ms. Vallow had changed that policy to her son Colby to be 100% beneficiary. Okay. On August 14th was the date that we received, or per the application that we received from the rental company that Ms. Vallow had applied for her apartment in Rexburg. And per this application, Ms. Vallow states that she's receiving $5,740 Social Security funds.
And did that track with your review of the financial information for the Social Security?
No, ma'am. No. On August 16th of 2019, Tylee's Social Security payments had been changed to be deposited into Ms. Vallow or Ms. Daybell's BBVA account ending in 3229. On August 19th of 2019, this is when Tylee's BBVA account was opened.
Was that a joint account?
It was.
Who was on the account with Tylee?
It would have been Ms. Daybell. August 28th, this is the initial deposit of Tylee's Social Security funds into Ms. Daybell's BBVA account ending in 3229. August 31st, this is the date that we show Ms. Daybell and the children moving to Rexburg. I found throughout my research on September 8th that Colby had requested Tylee to send him a Venmo payment. Venmo being a person-to-person transfer of funds or a peer-to-peer transfer of funds. Tylee responded back that she did not have the funds in her account and that Ms. Daybell was receiving them. Also that date, I wanted to note that Mr. Daybell is searching the wind direction of south-southwest. The next day is noted the homicide of Tylee. There's also an email between Ms. Vallow or Ms. Daybell to a former accountant by the name of Mike Edson, requesting information about a tax refund from a prior year of her and Mr. Vallow. Tylee's Venmo account, as I will show on later information, there is one funding source per her account at the time of her death. The BBVA account of hers was added on 9/10 of 2019, the day after her passing, her believed passing. On September 20th, this is the date that Tylee's JP Morgan Chase account was closed. Per records provided by Colby and also iCloud account information, there's text message information regarding a phone associated with Tylee, phone associated with Ms. Daybell and Colby, and I'd be paraphrasing, but I asked Tylee to Venmo you. I sent Tylee money to Venmo you. On October 10th, per information provided by Venmo, they can track your IP information. an IP login transfer of funds from Tylee's account to Colby takes place in Kansas City, Missouri. And I noted the marriage of Chad and Lori on 11/5 of 2019, and then the discovery of the children's remains on Mr. Daybell's property on June 9th of 20.
Thank you, Mr. Douglas. Your Honor, I have a few more charts. It might be a good time to take the mid-morning break at this point.
All right, thank you. Please be seated.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Rawlings.
Thank you. Mr. Douglas, with respect to Tylee's finances, do you recall when the automatic payments for the Jeep stopped?
The final payment stopped on September 1st of 2019, and that was due to the lack of funds in the account.
Thank you. Now, are you familiar with the timeline of the death for JJ Vallow?
Yes, ma'am.
When approximately did he die?
Approximately September 23rd of 19.
And did you create a timeline referencing major financial and other events for JJ?
I did.
And during the break, Your Honor, I took the opportunity to try and get my computer up, so hopefully that's a little more clear for everyone. May I publish Exhibit 113, Your Honor?
Yes.
Is this the timeline that you created for JJ?
Yes, ma'am.
When did JJ start receiving Social Security benefits?
JJ's benefits started getting paid into Ms. Vallow's account on September 18th of 2019.
All right, and what account was that?
The BBVA 3229 account.
And if you know, where do the funds come from for Social Security?
The passing of his father, Charles Vallow.
Okay, and who pays the Social Security funds out?
Social Security pays those in their direct deposit.
Okay. And Social Security comes from?
Charles's employment.
Sorry. Okay. Can you walk me through the timeline for JJ that you created?
Yes, ma'am. And I apologize. Some of these charts are going to be repetitive, so some of the information the jury is going to see multiple times. Again, the passing of Charles Vallow and the text message exchange between Ms. Vallow and Mr. Daybell regarding the $4,000 of Social Security funds. JJ had a pet, or had a dog named Bailey. We found a message dated August 9th of the attempted sale of Bailey. Again, noting the Miss Vallow's life insurance that was supposed to be 100% to Colby Ryan. On August 14th of 2019 was again when the application for the rental in Rexburg stated that Miss Vallow was receiving $5,740 of Social Security funds. The move of her and the children, again, as you stated earlier, the beginning deposits of the Social Security funds for both Lori and JJ into the BBVA account ending 3229, the approximate passing of JJ, the wedding of 11/5 of 19, and then again the recovery of JJ's remains on June 9th of 20.
Okay, thank you. Are all of the Social Security benefits paid out after the deaths of Tylee and JJ and associated with those children deposited into that Compass account or BBVA Compass account that you've referenced?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm going to show you, if I may, what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 114. Do you recognize that document?
I do.
Did you prepare this document?
I did.
And you prepared this document in the course of your work as a forensic accountant?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you tell the jury what the contents of that document are?
So these are reflective of the payments that were paid into Ms. Vallow's BVA Compass account ending 3229. The transactions were labeled as such under those SSA Treasury 310, and then also labeled the TSC Treasury 449. These are payments that were deposited into Miss Vallow's account a month after the passing of the children.
And can you just note for the record the dates on those?
Yes. Tylee's payments were different dates than JJ and Miss Vallow's. Tylee's payments were October 23rd of 19, November 27th of 19, December 24th of 19, January 22nd of 20. JJ's were October 16th of 19, November 20 of 19, December 18th of 19, January 15th of 20. And then Miss Vallow's were October 16th of 19, November 20th of 19, December 18th of 19, and finally January 15th of 20.
And you have mentioned this, but what date were Chad and Lori married?
November 5th of 19.
And can you tell me how many payments were received into Lori Vallow's Compass account on behalf of Tylee Ryan after her death?
4.
And what was the amount of the Social Security payment for each month that was received for Tylee Ryan?
So in October through December of 19, she received $1,859 a month. In January of 20, she received $1,888.
And what's the total amount of those payments?
The total being $7,465.
Okay. And how many monthly payments were there for JJ?
4.
And what was the Social Security payment for each month that was received for JJ Vallow?
October through December of 19, it was $1,951 a month. And January of 20, it was $1,982.
And what was the total amount of those payments?
The $7,835.
And how many payments did Lori receive for caregiver benefits?
She received 4.
And what was the total amount of those payments?
The total amount would be the $39.02 and the $33.43.05.
Okay. How many payments did Lori receive after she was married to Chad?
2.
And what is the total amount of those payments?
The $33.43.05.
And what is the total amount of the Social Security payments that Lori Vallow received from October 2019 until February 2020?
That would be the $22,545.05.
And that is believed to be after the deaths of JJ and Tylee, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that on that document?
It is.
Did you create an exhibit that summarizes the Social Security information and timing of the deaths?
I did.
May I publish Exhibit 115, Your Honor?
Yes.
Can you walk me through this timeline?
Yes, ma'am. Starting again with the passing of Joe Ryan and the receiving of the Social Security benefits by Tylee June 14th of 18. The opening of Miss Vallow's BVA account October 23rd of 18. The life insurance policy of Joe Ryan October 26th of 18. And then moving forward to Charles Vallow's passing July 11th of 19. Regarding Charles's passing, Miss Vallow's had a Bank of Hawaiian credit card that was used to pay for the services of Mr. Vallow on July 12th of 19. The same day, we recovered a phone call between Mr. Daybell and the mortuary requesting information about services, again, July 12th of 19. Again, on July 18th, the text message of the 4,000 Social Security funds and no life insurance, the final deposit of Social Security funds into Tylee's JP Morgan account on July 24th of 19, Ms. Vallow's $2 million life insurance policy being transferred to Colby Ryan as a 100% again. Again, on the rental agreement, or the rental application, sorry, of 5740 Social Security payments. Tylee's
Mr. Douglas, can I just ask you,
Yeah.
We talked a little bit about this before, but who pays the Social Security benefits?
The Social Security Administration.
And where do those funds come from?
The employment of the parent or the guardian deceased.
And the Social Security Administration has is an arm of what agency?
Outside the federal government?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. And so when the Social Security payments are being deposited into Lori's account, those are being paid from who?
As far as the deceased and their prior employment records, out of the Social Security Administration.
Thank you.
Yep.
And then I think I interrupted you about Tylee's Social Security payments being deposited into Lori's account.
Okay. Again, August 28th, this is the initial deposit of Tylee's Social Security funds into Ms. Vallow's 3229 account with BBVA. Again, the move up to Rexburg. This is, again, the text message between Colby Ryan asking Tylee for a Venmo payment, and again, Tylee texting back saying that she doesn't have the money, that mom gets her money now. It was on this same date that we learned there was an increase to Tammy Daybell's life insurance policy on 9/8. On 9/9, again, the passing of Tylee Ryan. And as I noted earlier, with Tylee's Venmo account, she had one funding source, which was her JP Morgan account. On 9/10, per records provided by Venmo, her BVA account was added as a funding source. On 9/18, as discussed earlier, this is when Ms. Vallow and JJ Social Security payments start getting deposited into her account. 3229, again with the text messages regarding the transfer of funds to Colby. The very next day on 9/23, there will be passing of JJ. And then, as stated, these are dates given to me by law enforcement. The attempted shooting of Miss Tammy Daybell on October 9th of 2019. As I stated earlier, Tylee's Venmo had activity in Kansas City, Missouri on 10/10 with a transfer or a Venmo payment to Colby. The passing of Miss Daybell, October 19th of 19. Chad and Lori's wedding on 11/5 of 19. We received or found an email from Mr. Daybell to a rental company by the name of Kauai Dreams, dated 11/8, asking for information for a clean couple with no pets and no kids. And then on 12/20, this is when the Rexburg Police Department announced their investigation. The first search of Chad Daybell's property took place January 3rd of 20, and again on 6/9 of 20 was the second search of the property, and the remains of the children were found.
Now, Mr. Douglas, we've talked about Venmo a couple of times during your review of these exhibits. Did you also prepare an exhibit referencing money being sent from these Venmo accounts?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I publish Exhibit 117?
Yes, you may.
What is Venmo?
To put it simple, Venmo is an app that you can put on your phone that would be a person-to-person or a peer-to-peer transfer of funds. It is one that you have to add the funding source, i.e. your credit card, your bank account, and then transfer money to somebody else with another Venmo account into their holding, and then transfer into their initial bank account, or they can make purchases straight from Venmo.
All right. And on this exhibit, what are the funding sources for the Venmo activity?
So Ms. Vallow had 2 Venmo accounts, and on the top one, at Lori-Vallow, there were multiple funding sources, bank accounts or credit cards, as I stated earlier. The initial one starting January of 2019 through, per the information provided by Venmo, January 4th through January 29th of 19, the JP Morgan Chase account ending 0377 was the funding source for that. Then from March 30th to May 5th, it was transitioned to funding source of Ms. Vallow's First Hawaiian Bank ending 4620 to be transferred and changed to another JP Morgan Chase account held by Ms. Vallow ending in 0769. And there towards the end, there is one attempt on August 24th to use another JP Morgan Chase account or credit card held by Ms. Vallow ending in 7213.
Okay. Are there other accounts listed on this exhibit?
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Vallow had a second Venmo account that at Lori-Vallow-1 between February 20th of 19 and May 19th of 19. This was active with her BBVA account ending 3229. And then, as I've noted on here, Venmo had noted failed attempts of transfers of funds with prior, as they listed, duplicate card attempts, meaning another card that was already on the account had been tried to be used again with failed attempts on that. And then Tylee, as I stated before, had her own Venmo account. Her only funding source while she was alive was the JP Morgan Chase account ending 3918. And that was active prior to, but this is reflective of January 7th through the use of August 7th. And then, as I stated, her account, her BBVA account ending 5794 was added September 10th, a day after the believed passing of Tylee, and that was used until the end of 2019.
What did you learn in tracking payments that were made from Lori's accounts?
Lori's 2 accounts favored Colby or Kelsey Benson, who is Colby's spouse or significant other. Before Colby had an active Venmo account, the payments went to Ms. Benson, and they are more often and larger payments.
Okay. And what did you learn in tracking payments from Tylee's accounts?
Tylee's accounts and her payments included other individuals, her friend, Miss Kennedy, and McKenna Webb. As you can see depicted on here, there's less payments and by far a lesser amount being transferred.
What else stood out to you in compiling this information?
So after the believed passing of Tylee, this is when both of Ms. Vallow's accounts cease, and Tylee's account again has the new funding source of her BBVA account ending 5794 added, and Colby Ryan being the sole receiver of those funds. Between the times of September 10th and December 18th, there's a transfer or 29 transfers totaling $5,940.
In your review of finances, were you able to track other occasions when Lori was using Tylee's funds or a debit card?
Yes, ma'am.
What were they?
So as I refer to brick and mortar purchases, there were 2 purchases at Costa Vida. There was a late payment with the rental company of Blue Sky Property that was made, and also a couple of PayPal purchases that, after research, we found was a transfer of money to, or Colby used that credit card information to buy his birthday present, which ended up being a lightsaber.
And in your review of Lori Vallow's finances, did any other purchases stand out to you?
Yes, ma'am.
What were they?
Multiple attempts or purchases of malachite rings.
Have you heard the name Chad Daybell?
I have.
Have you heard the name Alex Cox?
I have.
Did you become involved in an investigation regarding those individuals?
Yes, ma'am.
What were some of your duties or your assignments with regard to that investigation?
Those records also were included, as I stated earlier, in my research of the nearly 80 bank accounts and credit cards that I've researched.
What did you learn in reviewing Alex Cox's finances?
While reviewing Alex Cox's finances, I discovered that he had ended his employment with his prior employer and had taken out what ended up being a deposit of $21,000 in a loan that was what the funds that he lived off.
Okay. Turning your attention to review of Chad Daybell's financial accounts, are you aware of whether search warrants were obtained for Mr. Daybell's financial accounts?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you request those search warrants?
Not initially, but I did request follow-up ones.
Did you review the responsive documents to those search warrants?
I did.
And did you discuss that with other officers?
Yes, ma'am.
In your review, did you notice any activity on his accounts or others that caught your attention prior to Tammy Daybell's passing with regard to Chad?
It was more of what I didn't find on his accounts, ma'am.
Okay. What was that?
So we found regarding Miss Vallow's credit card statements, flights with regarding Mr. Daybell from Idaho to Arizona.
And those credit cards were not in Chad Daybell's name?
No, ma'am.
Were they associated with any of his accounts that you could tell?
No.
So who were those accounts associated with?
So 2 of the flights were purchased regarding credit card held by Miss Vallow and joint account holder Alex Cox. And 1 flight was used regarding a credit card that was associated with Miss Vallow and Mr. Vallow.
Charles Vallow?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know who was making payments on the card that Lori and Alex shared?
Primarily it was Alex, but there was 1 payment by Miss Vallow.
Okay. And prior to Tammy's death, did you notice anything in the financial records with regard to purchase of a cell phone?
Yes, ma'am.
What was that?
Regarding Chad Daybell's business account with Spring Creek, there is a purchase dated 9/18 of 2019 at the Rexburg Walmart in the amount of $42 and change. And then we followed up with requesting information of Walmart and discovered that was the purchase of a cell phone.
Okay. And what information did you receive from Walmart?
They provided a receipt with the date and time.
And what date did Lori start receiving the Social Security funds for her and JJ?
The same day, September 18th of 2019.
What other activity did you review with Chad Daybell's finances before Tammy's death?
The application, or the change in the application of her life insurance.
Did you create a financial timeline referencing some of this activity?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I publish demonstrative exhibit 116?
Yes.
Can you walk me through the first part of that timeline?
Yes, ma'am. October 26th of 18 is believed to be the date of where Chad and Lori met at a conference in Utah. Initially, as I discussed earlier, Lori was on a joint account with Mr. Cox, and the purchase of a flight on February 23rd of 19 using Alex Cox's Barclay card was used to purchase Lori's flight from Arizona to Idaho Falls. March 14th of 2019, Lori's account on that joint account with Lori's card on that joint account with Alex Cox was used to purchase a flight for Chad to Arizona. The passing of Charles Vallow, July 11th. Again, with the Value of the Mortuary phone call by Mr. Daybell and the purchase of the mortuary, or the payment to the mortuary on July 12th of 19, July 18th again with the payment information of the Social Security funds and not receiving the life insurance. Again, Lori's, this time Lori's Bank of Hawaii credit card was used to purchase a flight for Mr. Daybell to Arizona on July 20th of 19. Then this card that she shared with Alex Cox again, Lori, sorry.
Why credit card was used to purchase a flight for Mr. Daybell
To Arizona. July 20th of 19.
And then what is the next date of significance on your timeline?
August 2nd of 2019, Lori's card is used to purchase another flight for Chad to Arizona. August 10th of 19, Lori's card is used to purchase a flight for Lori to Idaho Falls. And then the move of her and the children, August 31st. As I discussed earlier, on 9/8 was the increase of Tammy's life insurance, and then we learned that that was retroactive, that it would have taken place or would have taken effect September 1st.
Okay. And you already answered my next questions. So Tammy's life insurance increase was requested, I'm sorry, what date was that?
September 8th of 19.
And that was retroactive to what date?
September 1st of 19.
And do you recall what date Tammy passed away?
October 19th of 2019.
After Tammy passed away, were you able to discern or tell from the financial records who was paying for Chad and Lori's expenses and activities?
Both of them were making purchases, but by far the larger purchases were paid for by Chad Daybell.
And after Tammy passed away, was there any other activity that you noticed in the Daybell accounts that caught your attention?
This family trip to Knott's Berry Farms.
And did you reference this activity on this timeline?
I did.
Is the laser pointer still?
Yeah. I got it right here.
Can you just reference it on the timeline?
Right here.
And could you tell from the financial documents who paid for that trip?
Chad Daybell.
All right. And in between the time of Tammy's increase, which we talked about, and the trip to Knott's Berry Farm, are there any other financial events of significance on your timeline that we've not gone over yet?
The deposits of the two life insurance payments from or deposit into Mr. Daybell's accounts.
Okay. And was there anything else that Chad had done regarding finances that caught your attention in October?
The deposit of Chad filed with Primerica Life Insurance, the life insurance claim October 24th of 19, and files with Life Map Insurance October 30th of 19.
All right. Did he start refinance on his home at some point?
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Daybell had attempted to refinance his house October 8th of 2019.
Okay. And did you also review a Mountain America account associated with Chad Daybell?
Yes, ma'am.
When did Chad receive the insurance payments for Tammy's death?
The initial he received November 1st, or was deposited into his account November 1st of 2019, and the second was deposited into his account November 16th of 2019.
And I know we covered this earlier, but what date were Chad and Lori married?
November 5th of 19.
Did you, I think that we may have also mentioned this, but did you review any other records that were made in reference to the marriage or living in Hawaii?
Regarding the Kauai Dreams?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. The email to Quiet Dreams on November 8th of 2019 saying clean couple, no pets, no kids.
Did you notice any activity that caught your attention with regard to Mr. Daybell's accounts around June 9th of 2020?
Yes, ma'am. During the search of the property, approximately between 9:50 to 10 o'clock in the morning, there are 3 transfers from Mr. Daybell's Mountain America Credit Union account to his 3 older children in the value of $8,000 each.
Okay. And I'm sorry, you said what time those transfers were made, but can you say that again?
It was between 9:50 and 10 a.m.
Okay. Do you know if anything else happened around June 9th of 2020?
That's when the remains of the children were found on the property.
And what time did law enforcement arrive on the Daybell property?
I believe 7 a.m.
Okay. How long did officers remain on the Daybell property searching on June 9th, 2020?
I believe till about 5 p.m.
So those transfers would have occurred as officers were searching?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall, I think you might have mentioned this, I'm sorry, what was the amount on the transfers that were made to the 3 older children?
$8,000 each.
And do you recall, after that $24,000 had been transferred, how much money was left in that account?
There's a little over $4,400 left.
Mr. Douglas, if you know, on that Knott's Berry Farm trip, do you recall who was involved in going to that trip?
So there were 7 tickets purchased. Mr. Daybell, 5 of his children, and Miss Vallow.
Okay. I don't believe I have any other questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Ms. Rawlings. Cross-examination?
Your Honor, I don't have any questions for Officer Douglas.
Okay, so that was from testimony from the investigators over in Idaho. I thought what we could do is go in and watch what happened earlier today with this woman. We probably got another 15 to 20, maybe 30 minutes before they come back, because they did go, but they went to lunch late, I believe. So let's watch this again.
At 7:30-ish the next morning.
And did you later then talk with the police in April of 2022? Has no other questions?
Cross.
Wait, are they live? Hang on. No, they're not. Okay.
Nancy Jo, right?
Correct.
And we have not met before, correct?
We've not.
Okay. And you stated that your husband, or my husband, told you that he was going through a divorce. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And did you have any way to verify that?
No, I didn't try to verify that.
Okay. So did it surprise you later to find out that we were not in the process of a divorce?
Charles was in the process of a divorce.
He was not in the process of a divorce. Did it surprise you to find that out? You've seen it all on TV where we're not getting divorced.
Okay.
So on the website that you met him, did he say he was divorced?
I'm not certain.
Would you have gone on a date with him if he would have said he was married?
If I would have realized how married he still was, maybe not. But I just met for dinner. I wasn't sleeping with him or anything.
Do you go on dates with married men? Naturally?
Argumentative. I'm going to also object under 611 for harassment.
All right. I'll sustain the objection.
Your Honor, do I not have a right to cross-examine this witness for what she has already testified to?
You can cross-examine her about what She's testified too.
So you did go on a date with a married man,
I went on a date with Charles.
but you did not know he was married.
I knew his divorce was not final.
His divorce was not started.
Okay.
Okay. So in your text messages, you asked Charles if he was a good kisser. Is that correct?
Maybe, sure.
Did he answer that text message?
I'm
gonna
sure.
object to
I'm sure he did.
relevance. Again, 611 harassment.
I'll sustain the objection for relevance and hearsay.
So are you trying to tell me and this jury that you went on one date with my husband and he told you all the details of our lives?
I'm telling you the truth, and that's what I know.
So you spent your whole date getting to know each other, talking about me.
Don't flatter yourself. No, we did not spend the whole time talking about you.
You knew a lot about me, right?
I knew what I've testified to.
What else did you talk about on your date?
Lots of things.
Like what, for instance?
Life, kids, the church, lots of things.
Okay. Did he tell you about anything about our other 4 children?
Yes,
So you knew that we did have 5 children as well?
I did.
Okay. Did he talk to you about my daughter, Tylee?
He did.
Did he talk about his relationship with her?
I don't recall that.
Did he talk about the contention in his relationship with my daughter, Tylee?
I don't recall that.
I'm sure you don't.
And I'm going to object to comments by the defendant made after questions testifying.
I'll sustain the objection.
On your date, you talked about my husband was a life insurance salesman. Is that correct?
I knew he did something with money and insurance, but I really didn't know the details of what he did for work. Like I said, I don't ask the details about what someone does for work when I'm trying to get to know someone.
But you knew that he sold life insurance. You stated that.
I believe that I had a vague understanding that he did something with insurance.
And then he brought that up again at dinner.
No, we didn't talk about his work at dinner.
I thought you said you did talk about, correct me if I'm wrong, you said you did talk about that he changed the life insurance policy at dinner.
Well, you were asking me if we talked about that he sold insurance, which that didn't happen. But yes, he did tell me that he changed the beneficiary of his life insurance policy at dinner.
Did he tell you how much his life insurance policy was for?
Yes, he did.
What did he say?
$1 million.
Did he tell you how much my life insurance policy was for?
I do not recall.
You don't recall?
We didn't talk about you very much in that vein.
When did you talk to him about me very much then? If it wasn't at dinner, was it in your text messages?
We were talking about what he was going through in the process of separating from you, not about what your life insurance policy was worth. And we talked about you on the phone, and when I say you, meaning what he was doing as he was going through this separation.
So let me understand. You were dating some different men on this website, right? From the websites.
Sure.
Would you say it was common for men to be talking so much about their supposed ex-wives during their conversations with a potential?
It's actually very common.
Really?
Really.
Interesting.
And again, Your Honor, I'm
All right.
going to object to the defendant making comments after her questions. and
I'm
move to
sorry, Your
strike.
Honor. I won't do that again.
All right, please stop.
I'll
now.
just ask the questions.
Thank you.
So there were some text messages between you and my husband after the dinner on July 10th. Is that correct?
Correct.
What time would those text messages have occurred?
After dinner,
What time? 10:45 to midnight, maybe?
I just told you I don't know. Maybe.
What did you discuss in those text messages?
And I'm going to object to relevance again. There's a specific area.
Sustained.
You testified a minute ago that Charles told you a lot of things about his wife. You didn't say ex-wife, but you said wife. Is that correct?
Okay, sure.
What were a lot of things?
The things that I've testified to.
Can you be more specific?
Am I allowed to do a narrative then?
Let's go on sidebar.
Ooh, rare. Getting catty in there. So I was looking at the notes from, because East Idaho News was putting up the, like as things were happening. I know, I can't. She's going to question this woman about 15 more minutes, and then the prosecution is going to get back up. Yeah, that. I wonder if Lori thinks in her mind that it's good that the jury thinks that she's jealous. Of course, we know Lori likes to get all the attention, and she doesn't like any other woman messing with her men. She's one of those, right? But, yeah. I'm going to switch back over to LNC because they're going to be coming on soon. Just a few more minutes. So what was said, let me tell you guys what was said here. I put it up earlier. Lori asked about the type of things Charles talked to Nancy Jo about. And Nancy Jo says she testified about earlier. Lori wants more specifics. And the judge said, well, let's have a sidebar. And the headphones go out. And the judge is excusing the jury for a few minutes so that they can talk about it. And he asked Lori, he's like, are you sure you want to ask witness to answer the question about what things were said about you? Because you may be opening a really big door. And Lori says, yes, I want to ask the questions. The whole time, Trina K is staring at Lori as Lori chats with her legal advisor. And then Lori says that her questioning will not be quick. So they decide to go ahead and go to lunch. She said she has a lot more across. So that was what's happened so far. And that's why they broke for lunch the way they did, because we weren't really prepared for that. But they should be back on any minute now. Welcome into everybody who's new or is just tuning in. It's been an exciting morning here. Much better than the last 2 days of trial. It was getting to be a little dry there yesterday. But today, it's getting catty. Oh, I wanted to look at one other thing too. I wanted to see who else they're having up. I want to see who's coming up after this witness. They don't have the update yet. At least not on this one. That's weird. Okay. The jury does have a question after this witness. But I don't know if they're going to let us hear it or not. Oh, that blows, you guys. So it's 1:56 right now is their time. And what East Idaho News just put up is that the defense and prosecution were discussing the juror question with the judge, and they don't know if they're going to ask the witness the questions. If they're in a sidebar right now. Let's go back into sound. Turn that back on now. So when they do come back up, yep, okay, we're good to rock and roll. Cass says, if you have nothing nice to say, come sit by me. What movie is that from? Oh, I know that movie. Oh, Steel Magnolias. Was that, what's her name? Olivia Dukakis said that? Was it Olympia Dukakis? Was that her name? I do declare. She talked like this throughout the whole movie, and she was so funny. And if you don't have something nice to say, come sit by me. Oh, Buzzman Jr., you were in Steel Magnolias. Which one were you? Olympia.
All right, we're on the record. State of Arizona versus Daybell, CR 2021-001704. The prosecuting attorneys present, the defendants present. Will continue.
Here we go.
The cross. Was there something before we bring the jury in?
Nothing from the state.
All right, we'll bring the jury in.
That's cool, Buzzman. Buzzman said he was at the end of the movie where all the kids were by the riverbank. Now you're going to make me want to go back and watch that movie, y'all. Bring the jury in. With the bunny. Yep. That was a great movie, you guys. That was one of the classics. That and I just love Shirley MacLaine. Terms of Endearment's one of my favorites. Hey, Brooklyn Janet. Yeah, she sounds childish, but like I said, I wonder if she's trying to come across as jealous, like she wants the jury to see her jealous, or is it that she doesn't like somebody else getting the attention? Maybe she feels like she looks bad. This witness is making her look bad. Okay, I'm going mute now.
Miss Hancock, you said that you had seen on TV that my husband had passed away. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you indicated after that that you saw my sister-in-law, Kay Woodcock, on that show and you reached out to her. Is that correct?
I didn't indicate that, but that is correct. I reached out to Kay after I saw that Charles had died.
Okay. And did you do that through Facebook or
I did.
social media? Okay. How many times between that first contact and now have you and Kay Woodcock communicated?
I've spoken to her just once. I've texted her here and there regarding, I've texted her here and there about other things. I don't know what I can say.
Okay. How many times have you texted her?
I have no idea.
Like more than 10?
Maybe.
Okay. Have you ever turned over those communications to the state?
No,
Did they ask you for them?
no.
Okay. Did you ever turn over the text conversations you had with my husband to the state?
I was never asked, but I understand that they retrieved them via having them through Charles' phone.
Okay.
I would have had I been asked.
Okay. Did you turn over any other communications that you had with anyone else regarding this case to the state?
I don't believe I've had any other regarding this case to turn over to anybody, so no.
Okay. How many times have you spoken to this prosecutor?
To Ms. Kay,
Yes, to Ms. Kay.
I met with her once in person and one other phone call, and then just text messages about the logistics of being here today.
Okay. How many text messages would you say?
I have no idea.
More than 10?
I know court was running behind, so she had to text me to come at a different time. Probably counting yesterday and today to redo the time, more than 10, yes. Prior than that, probably no.
Okay. Did you have a meeting with her to prepare for this testimony?
I met with her once,
How long was that meeting?
an hour, maybe an hour and a half.
Okay. Was anyone else there?
No,
Have you ever spoken to my brother, Adam?
yes, but only because I ran into him at my grandson's pickleball tournament the other day.
And how did you know that was him?
Because I've seen him on media via the situation surrounding you.
So you initiated a conversation with him?
I just said hi, and he asked me who my grandson was, and I pointed it out, and that was the end of it.
So you introduced yourself to him? To my brother?
I don't know that I introduced myself, but maybe.
How would he know who you were?
I don't know that he knew who I was. I knew who he was.
So you went up and talked to him?
I did talk with him, yes.
He didn't call you over, so you went up and talked to him?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you were talking to him, you told him you were who?
I told him that my name was Nancy Jo Hancock.
And did he recognize that name from something?
Can I go back and change how I met your brother? I forgot this until right now. So on a dating app, your brother's picture came up on my dating app. And I sent him a message and said, but he had a different name that he used, not Adam. And so I just sent him a message and said if he was going to use someone else's pictures, he should probably pick someone different than Adam Cox. That's how I met him.
That's how you met my brother, Adam?
Correct.
Do you know what perjury is?
Absolutely.
Can I object, Your Honor, to
That's a question.
argumentative harassment?
Argumentative.
How long was this conversation that you had with my brother at the pickleball tournament?
A couple of minutes, maybe less.
And how many times had you communicated with him before that?
Only that message on that dating app. Besides that,
One message, one time?
I don't remember. I think he messaged me back, and it didn't continue.
So just the one day then? Maybe several messages in one day?
I might have sent him one other messages one other message, but it was just one interaction and there was nothing further.
And you did not schedule a date with him?
I did not.
Okay. Have you ever spoken to Brandon Boudreau?
Yes.
If she says on a
Okay,
dating
when?
app, I'm going to fall on the floor.
He attends the same church that my daughter does, and he happened to be at their house briefly, and I didn't really speak to him. I just knew that that's who he was
And how did you know who he was?
because my daughter told me.
And who did she say he was
Brandon Boudreau.
in relation to me?
She knows the story, and I know the story, so she just had to tell me that his name was Brandon Boudreau.
That he was married to my niece? Is that the information that you had?
I know that he was married to your niece, yes.
Okay. Just the association is all I was asking. And you did speak to him that time?
Well, I don't believe I spoke with him.
Okay. But you met him? Or
I don't know that I even met him. I was there. He was there with some other people, and I knew that that's who that was.
so you didn't introduce yourself to him?
I did not.
Okay. Did you speak to any other law enforcement besides Miss K? Not that she's law enforcement, but did you speak to any other law enforcement about this case or be interviewed?
Yes.
Who? Who did you speak with?
Detective Moffat is who interviewed me. I believe that's, I might have left a message for him. I couldn't tell you who with, but the only one that I spoke to was Detective Moffat, Nathan Moffat.
And when was that interview?
In 2020, I believe in April. A long time ago.
Okay. How long was that interview about?
It was a telephone interview and it lasted 45 minutes, I'd say.
Is that the only law enforcement that you spoke to besides the prosecutor?
Yes.
And how long between that interview with Detective Moffat and your first communications with Ms. K, how much time passed in between there?
With Trina K?
Correct.
I met with her just a month ago, 5 weeks ago, and I gave an interview in 2020, so.
Is that the first communication you had with Ms. K was 5 weeks ago?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Hancock, were you aware at the time of your date that I did not know that my husband was on dating websites and dating women?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Were you informed by him that I knew of the situation of us being separated?
He was under the impression you were having an affair, so him moving on was a natural effect from that.
He told you that?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Just to recap, you said that you met my husband on Charles, on July 3rd. Is that correct?
Approximately. Give or take a day.
And you went on a date with him on July 10th.
Correct.
So that was what, 7 days later?
Approximately.
So would it be fair to say that you knew my husband for a week?
Approximately.
Okay. And then you had no contact with Charles after that, correct?
Well, he was dead, so clearly I didn't have contact with him.
Okay. And it wasn't until you saw that he had passed away on the news that you reached out to anyone, is that correct?
Correct. I didn't know he was dead.
And that was about 6 months later, is that correct?
I believe it was December, so July to December is 5 months, I believe.
Okay. And then you found Charles' sister, Kay Woodcock, my sister-in-law, yes?
Objection asked and answered.
I'm just going over the timeline, Your Honor.
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
So when is the then you're referring to?
So at the 5 months later that you said in December, after that is when you contacted Kay Woodcock?
To express my condolences for her brother passing away, and wanted to let her know that I had had dinner with him that last night and how much he loved JJ and how excited he was to see him the next morning. And just,
Thank you, that's enough. I'm just recapping here, and you contacted her through Facebook, is that correct?
And again, asked and answered.
I don't think that was actually asked yet. Overruled. Go ahead.
yes, as I said before, I contacted her through Facebook.
Okay. And then sent a few text messages, is that correct?
That is
Yeah.
correct.
This is recap of everything we've already
Right.
gone through.
And then you said you met with police on April 22nd, 2020, is that correct?
I didn't say April 22nd. I said I believed it was sometime in April.
Okay,
And I didn't meet with them. It was a telephone interview.
okay. And that was around 1 year after my husband passed away, is that correct?
Well, July to April would be 10 months, so.
No more questions, Your Honor?
All right. Redirect.
Thank you. You, did you reach out to the police, or did the police reach out to you after you learned Charles was
I
dead?
reached out to the police.
Um,
I was surprised, given that I mean, if they'd seen his phone, they would see the text communication that we had had and that we had been at dinner that night before he died.
In terms of speaking with Charles's family, Kay Woodcock, did you know her before this?
No.
Had you heard her name through speaking with Charles?
Yes, from Charles. I knew that he had changed his life insurance to his sister Kay, and he talked quite a bit about Kay and his love for her and the relationship with JJ and how that they had adopted JJ.
So you understood the closeness he had with his sister,
Absolutely.
and you said you reached out to pay your condolences.
I did.
When you learned that Charles was dead, were you shocked?
I was watching the TV and it was talking about a case, and his picture came on the screen, and shocked is an understatement. Yes.
In terms of talking with Kay, have you ever tried to talk to other people to learn about or verify if the stuff that Charles told you is accurate?
No.
Is what you are telling us just what he told you?
What I'm telling you is part of what he told me. There's a lot more.
And did you tell the police all of what he told you? That you could remember at that time, I should say.
I believe, no, I thought I would probably be interviewed again, and it was more an ask-answer format. There was, I remember being surprised that I wasn't interviewed again.
Because Charles had shared so much with you.
Correct.
In terms of the defendant's brother, Adam, did you ever talk with him about the case?
No.
Through media, did you recognize him?
I recognized him because I'd seen him on reports. And I knew that he was going to be testifying in this hearing.
When did you see him? When was this interaction
Like
at this pickleball?
a week and a half ago.
So a week and a half ago, when you see him at a pickleball tournament with your grandkid, you say hi to him?
Basically.
You don't talk at all about the case?
We might have talked about that we were testifying. I don't know. No details for sure.
Okay.
Just a general, and then he saw who my grandson was, and the end.
So nothing about, hey, I'm going to say this, or Charles told me this?
Absolutely not.
When you and I met, did we go through your testimony? Or let me get this straight. Did we go through what you told the police?
Yeah.
Did I indicate to you to just tell the truth?
You told me to tell the truth.
Whatever that was.
Whatever that was.
You were asked about the fact that you knew Charles for basically a week, right?
Correct.
Did he make an impression on you?
Charles was a large personality. It would be hard not to be impressed by his wit and just gregarious, big personality with his Southern accent.
You were asked a lot on cross about you dating a married man.
Correct.
What was your impression of where this relationship was between Charles and Lori Vallow when you and Charles started talking?
Well, I knew that they had separated and that they had reconciled, and I knew he had filed and then he had recanted that. But he also had met with an attorney to begin the process again and was very emphatic that he was done with all the craziness.
And was that last time something that you understood to be very recent?
Prior test meeting?
Yeah.
Yes.
When he's talking to you, he's telling you about, you said sort of the whole year of 2019, correct? But this last understanding that you had of him now going back to a divorce lawyer, was that something you understood to be very recent in time to that July 10th when you're meeting?
Correct.
Okay. And did you understand him to have even met with an attorney?
I believe he told me that, yes.
So that was where you were at.
Yes.
And that's what you understood Charles to be at.
Yes, and I will say after having dinner with him, I did tell him that no one would want to be serious with him until he was further along in accomplishing that divorce that he was in the process of, including myself.
So even though you knew he was just barely starting now, did you still want to meet with him again?
Yeah, I wouldn't have entertained a serious relationship, but he was fun, and yeah, I would have met with him again.
All right. I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Are there any questions for this witness from the jury? I see at least one question coming down. I think we have our white noise.
The jury asked questions?
Yep.
I'm so glad. Well, I thought maybe they were going to let Lori back up to cross again. Can they do that? Can't they go back again? Now, here's what's going to happen. What I understand is that they might be going into recess here because according to the updates, Trina K asked for a sidebar. Okay. Okay, the jury question is interesting. So we'll wait for it. Yeah, Laura, you rest. Don't worry about us. We got this, babe. We're good. Okay, only what was that's you're correct. Okay, thank you, Patty. Patty says yes, she could come up and cover it, but only what was covered on recross by the prosecution. Okay. Some states allow recross, some don't. They're discussing whether or not they should be able to ask this question. I'm sure Lori's not wanting it asked. Yeah, I was going to say that. Thank you for bringing that up. I forgot about that. The thing with the juror happened with texting. He had said that he was texting his daughter. This was yesterday when they said the prosecutor saw the juror on his phone, and the judge asked him about it, and we didn't get to hear any of it. But the juror told the judge that he was texting his daughter, and the judge just told him to put his phone up. Evidently, the jury has been able to have phones, and the judge and prosecutor were okay with this. I would not be okay with that. People don't need to have their phone. Like, see, it's just like, do they allow the kids to have phones in school now? You don't need a phone all the flipping time. So what's wrong with our society right now? I'm going to get on a rampage. The dating app thing does bother me a little bit. The fact that if she just said how she met Adam was on a date, well, she did, didn't she? She had seen him on a dating app. I'm like, oh my God. Right? Mark says in my county, you can't even enter the courthouse with a phone. And that's the way it should be. I understand if you have children or something, but ramp that page, Gary. Okay, Cass. Oh, we have somebody in here from Denmark. Hey, my cat and I. All the way from Denmark. Wow. They're going to come back and ask the question, and then I think they're going to take an unexpected break after this. Cassandra said the LDS church is a small world, and she would have been on an LDS dating site. So it would make sense. Yeah, but okay. Y'all hear the lawnmower next to me? Yvonne says no, her daughter's in high school and they have to turn the phone into the teacher at the beginning of the class. Thank you, Goins family. Yeah, that's what I was doing. I keep going over to East Idaho News and checking for his updates because he's in the courtroom. Roxy said there's no phones allowed. Oh, you don't allow your daughter to have a phone, Roxy, or they don't allow it in her school? Patty said her niece and nephews are allowed to have phones in school. And in New Jersey as well, Judy said. That's crazy, y'all. I mean, we couldn't even chew gum in class, and these kids can have phones? What's up with that? I don't know, my cat and I don't follow the Karen Reed. We've never followed Karen Reed here on this channel, so we don't keep up with that one. Yaki says, it ain't Tinder. It's a Mormon dating app. Very specific. That's what I'm saying. He could let them have their phones during break, but to have them while they're sitting in the juror box listening to testimony, that's the part I have a problem with.
Ever expressed to you verbally any indications of stress?
Definitely, he was very worried that
I think we'll just keep it with a yes/no answer for this question. Does the defense have follow-up based on that juror question?
Lori didn't want to open that door, but let the prosecutor open that question.
Does the defendant have follow-up based on that juror question?
Oh, no, Your Honor.
All right, state.
No.
All right, you can step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
State can call its next witness.
I wish the prosecutor would have went a little further with that. Yeah, Yaki says now, yeah, all the jurors are on their phone looking up the dating app that this witness was on in real time. Oh, good point, Cass. Cass said that in today's world, with all the violence, I would be afraid if my child did not have a phone on them in school. Mark had to climb a telephone pole to use a phone. I needed a quarter. Remember when there were pagers? So now they're going on their little sidebar thing again because he just put the mics on, the headphones on. So juror to witness. So you free tonight? Oh, why did my, oh, I took my picture of Charles down. Let me put it back up, you guys. There we go. Let me refresh this because I don't know how long they're going to be on this. If they are, we're going to watch something. Okay, here we go. Okay, so they're going to be on break. With this time difference is killing me here. I think another 10 minutes. So while they're on break, let me pull something up for you guys. I got all kinds of goodies. All kinds of goodies. Oh, wait.
All right, members of the jury, we're going to take a little bit of an earlier recess than our normal afternoon recess. Please remember your definition.
All right, I've got a short thing here I was going to let you guys listen to. I thought I did. This is a 12-minute. Yeah, yeah, let's listen to this one.
Call this next witness.
Thank you. The state calls Sydney Woodbury Shank.
Yes, my name is Sydney Schenk, S-C-H-E-N-K. I am 26 years old.
Where do you currently reside?
I currently live in Arizona.
Sorry, I just realized the mic wasn't on.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wood.
Was there ever a time that you lived in Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes.
When was that?
It was back in 2019.
Okay. And what were you doing in Rexburg, Idaho?
I was attending BYU, Idaho.
Were you working at the time?
I was not.
Okay. Were you, excuse me, were you looking for work?
Yes, I was.
Okay. How were you going about doing that?
I had always nannied and babysat in the past, so I went on a website called care.com where you can place a job listing for nannying or cleaning services or senior care, like nursing stuff, and I had placed a listing to be a nanny.
Through your listing on care.com, did you ever meet a Lori Vallow?
I did. She had replied to my listing looking for help with her son, JJ.
Okay. So you met her through the listing. How did you communicate?
We had messaged through the app and then later continued talking through text messaging because it was easier.
Okay. So you exchanged numbers.
Yes.
Did you keep those messages?
I didn't.
Okay. After messaging with Miss Vallow, did you ever meet her?
I did. We had discussed a time for me to come kind of do an interview and see if I was a good fit for them. She had mentioned that JJ had some special needs and that he had autism, and so he required just extra help and wanted to make sure that I was a good fit.
Okay. When did you meet her?
I met with her on Wednesday, September 18th, 2019.
Okay. Where did you meet her?
I met with her at her townhome in Rexburg.
Okay. How did that interview go?
It went well. I arrived at her home and she greeted me warmly, gave me a hug, and introduced me to JJ and sort of told me about their life and that they had recently moved to Rexburg from Arizona, and that, JJ had some tendencies that he could get emotional easily, distracted, frustrated, and has trouble communicating with others, and that if you gave him a direct command and looked him in the eyes, that he would listen better.
Okay. While you were there, did she say anything about her husband, Charles Vallow?
She did. She had mentioned that he had just recently died of a heart attack, and that JJ was kind of having a hard time understanding what had happened.
Okay. So you testified that she told you about JJ and that he had some special needs. While you were there, did you see a teenage girl?
I did not.
Did she tell you anything about a daughter?
She did. She said she had a daughter that also lived in Rexburg and was attending college, and that sometimes she would come to visit them for dinner or to do laundry, but that her daughter didn't like to babysit without being paid, and that's why she needed me to come and help.
Okay. Through your interview, did she hire you to watch JJ?
Yes, she did. We had discussed a time for me to come the next day.
Okay. Really quickly, I'm going to take you back for just 1 second. When you spoke with her about her daughter, did she say which school her daughter was attending?
She did not.
Okay. Did she say college?
From what I remember, yes.
Okay. So she hired you to watch JJ?
Yes.
Did you ever have a chance to watch JJ?
I did. The following day on the 19th, I went to their townhome after I had finished my school that day and watched him for a few hours while she had to go to the airport to pick up a friend.
Okay. Did she give you any special instructions for JJ that day?
Yeah, she did. She talked about kind of what to feed him, what things he likes to do for fun, that I could take him to go play at Gravity Factory, which is like a trampoline park, and that if she got home later, I could give him his medication that helps him fall asleep faster.
Okay. What do you remember about watching JJ that day?
I remember it went pretty well. He just played outside with the neighbor friends and kids for a while. I brought him in to feed him dinner, and then he went back out to play at their house. So I went back to her townhome and waited and kind of cleaned, and then I went to go pick him up, and JJ and his friend had gotten in some sort of dispute over not sharing toys, and so I had him come home. And when he came home, he was very upset and sad that his friend didn't want to play with him anymore. He got pretty angry and like threw the ottoman and threw like a chair, and I tried to calm him down best I could, but eventually he ran upstairs and just kind of wanted to be alone and hide. So I let him stay upstairs for a while and hoping that he would calm down, but he didn't.
Okay. Did you have any other contact with Lori Vallow that night?
I did. So when she came home, he was still pretty upset, and I kind of explained to her what had happened with the friend, and she calmed him down, and her brother was there and her friend was there now, and she had paid me in cash, and we didn't really talk much about another time to babysit just because of the situation that happened with JJ, so she paid me and I left.
Okay. Did you believe that you would be watching JJ again?
Yes, it was sort of an unspoken knowledge that I was going to work full time, like that he would need nearly daily assistance and babysitting. So,
did you have any further communications with Lori?
I did. So a few days had passed after that, and I had texted her wondering when I could come work again. And she responded that JJ had gone to his grandparents for a month, and that she was in Hawaii for a month, and that after that month had passed, I could message her again and talk about a time to come back and babysit.
So she said JJ was with his grandparents, and he would be for a month.
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever try to contact Lori Vallow again?
I did. So that month had passed, and I reached out again, and she never communicated back with me again after that.
Okay. Did you ever see JJ Vallow after September 19th?
No, I did not.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state has no further questions.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Wood. Cross-examination?
So just briefly, to follow up, on September 18th, when you met Lori at her home, was JJ also there?
Yes, he was.
And so you were able to observe his demeanor and his personality?
Yes.
And then when she was talking to you about him, and she was planning on having you work for her long term. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And was there a schedule, like every Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, a plan like that?
Not that I remember, no.
Okay. And so it was just that you'd be called frequently as the need arose?
Yes.
And because you were a student, your schedule was flexible?
Yes.
And so you agreed to be able to provide assistance as the need arose?
Yes, that's correct.
Was it daytime, evening that you had time available?
It just depended on when my classes were. I don't remember the specific times.
Okay. And so this, the time that you spent with Lori and JJ on September 18th, you were given a lot of information about JJ so you could take care of him long term for like the next several months or a year. Was there talk about that?
There wasn't specific talk about long term, like a year, but I was, expecting at least the next several months to be able to work.
And so you weren't planning on leaving town. You weren't graduating and leaving town right then that semester.
No, not for a couple years.
Okay. So with your talking with Lori, she was giving you information so that you could plan on how to take care of JJ long term.
Yes.
And with your knowledge of JJ's special needs, you agreed to that.
Yes, I did.
Call Josh Wilson.
Mr. Ramel, you can inquire on direct. Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Wilson, can I have you state your full name and spell your last name for the record, please?
David Joshua Wilson, Wilson.
And you go by Josh.
Correct.
Dr. Wilson, what is your current occupation?
I'm the principal at Kennedy Elementary in Rexburg, Idaho.
And how long have you been the principal at Kennedy Elementary?
For 4 years now.
Were you employed in that capacity in September of 2019?
Yes.
Dr. Wilson, as a part of your employment, do you oversee and have access to records involving students?
Yes.
Does this include weekly attendance records?
Yes.
Record of correspondence between parents of students and school employees?
Yes.
Did you review and provide documentation to law enforcement of a former student of Kennedy Elementary by the name of Joshua Jackson Vallow, or JJ Vallow?
I did.
Was he a student at Kennedy Elementary?
Yes.
Who was listed as a parent for JJ Vallow?
Lori Vallow.
Do you recall the dates when he was enrolled in the school?
September 3rd of 2019 through September 24th of 2019.
So we just talked about enrollment. Do you recall the last day he was physically present at the school?
If I remember correctly, that was the Friday, the 20th of September.
Did the school receive correspondence from Lori Vallow regarding his continued attendance at the school?
Yes.
Do you recall when that correspondence was received?
Around the 24th of September.
Okay. And do you recall the contents of that email?
Yes.
What were they?
She had indicated that that they were removing JJ from school, from Kennedy, and were sending him to Louisiana to be with grandparents.
And did you follow up with Miss Vallow that day?
I did.
How did you do so?
I called her on the phone.
And do you recall what she said, if anything?
Yes. The conversation was that as soon as they got him enrolled in a school in Louisiana, that just have that school contact our school, and we would be happy to forward any records that we had on file to that school. She then indicated that they weren't going to enroll him in a school, that they were going to, in fact, homeschool, that there was a cousin with similar needs as JJ, and that so they weren't going to enroll in a school. And so I informed Ms. Vallow that whenever she re-enrolls him back into public school, just let us know. We would house the records and are available at any time that she needed.
Dr. Wilson, after that point, did any other school in Louisiana or otherwise request records of J.J. Vallow?
No.
And again, you testified that this conversation was on September 24th, 2019.
Yes.
Was J.J. Vallow present at school that day?
No.
The day prior, September 23rd, 2019, was he present at school that day?
No.
And was that day a Monday?
I believe so, yes.
So just to be clear, the last day that J.J. Vallow was physically present at Kennedy School, or Kennedy Elementary School in Rexburg, Idaho, was September 20th of 2019.
Correct.
Judge, that's all I have for this witness. All right, thank you, Mr. Rammel. Cross-examination, Mr. Archibald.
It's Dr. Wilson.
Yes.
Okay. Were you present during the enrollment of JJ?
Yes.
And you remember meeting him?
Yes.
And did you have a program for special needs children?
We have, yes, we do.
And did you receive special funding for special needs children? Is that right?
Yes.
And so when you met JJ and Lori, enrolling him, was there ever any discussion, I just want to enroll him for 3 weeks and then I'm going to withdraw him?
No.
The discussion was enrolling him long term.
Correct.
That a term, a semester, a year. Do you remember how long she was planning to have him there?
No, it was my understanding that they were enrolling and then going to be there for the long term.
Okay. And so when when you learned 3 weeks later that she was unenrolling him, did that surprise you?
Yes.
Okay. Because that was not what was initially talked about on September 3rd, 2019.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Judge, nothing based on that. All right, with no redirect then, that will conclude your testimony. Dr. Wilson, do you have another witness to call at this time? Yes, Your Honor. The state would call Wynn Hill. Mr. Rammel, if you'd like to commence with your direct examination, you may. Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Hill, can I have you state your name, spell your last name for the record, please?
Yeah, my name is Wynn Hill, Hill.
Mr. Hill, where are you employed?
I'm employed at Brigham Young University, Idaho.
And how long have you worked at BYU, Idaho?
Nearly 17 years.
And can you tell the jury where BYU, Idaho is located?
Rexburg, Idaho.
Mr. Hill, what is your current role at BYU, Idaho?
I'm the Dean of Students at BYU, Idaho.
Does BYU, Idaho use a student management system?
We do.
Are you familiar with its student management system?
Yeah, very familiar.
How so?
Well, I'm in the student life area, and in student life we have a management system that keeps track of our students, and it's connected to the larger school system as well.
And what information does your student management system hold?
Oh, everything, but things like application information, student directory information, educational records.
And Mr. Hill, does your system allow you to look up current students attending BYU, Idaho?
It does.
Does your system allow you to look up past students that have previously attended BYU, Idaho?
Yes.
Does your system allow you to look up individuals who have applied but are not yet attending or have been admitted to BYU, Idaho?
Yes.
Did you check your student management system for a specific individual at the request of the Rexburg Police Department?
I did.
And was that in relation to a missing persons investigation?
Yes.
Who was that check for?
They asked me to check for Tylee Ryan, Tylee Cox, Tylee Vallows, date of birth of 9/24/02.
And do you recall when you did that check?
Yeah, it was February 28th of 2020.
And Mr. Hill, what was the result of that check?
Yeah, there was no indication of any application started or any information on any of those names.
So, Mr. Hill, to be clear for the jury, Tylee Ryan, date of birth 9/24/2002, has never applied to BYU Idaho and has never been a student at BYU Idaho?
Correct.
Judge, that's all I have for this witness.
Okay, well, that probably had pretty good timing because I think they're coming back on here in just a moment. Yeah, apparently the last witness was running late, and this is going to be Christina. What's her last name? She knew Lori from the church, and she was in Atwood. It's her last name, Christina Atwood. She was in meetings with Melanie Gibb and all of them that are around Zaluma, all those people that were around Lori. And when they started their crazy talk. So that's where we're at now. He's coming back. I see him. Here it comes.
All right, please be seated. We're back on the record. The jury is present to take and call its next witness.
Thank you. I'm going to go get her. Christina Atwood.
All right, ma'am, you're going to come right up here in front of me and be sworn in.
The testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, you're going to have a seat just over here to my left.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Christina Atwood.
How old are you, Christina?
I'm 52.
And if you can get just a little closer, you're very soft to the.
52.
Thank you. I know nobody wants to say that loud. Do you live here in Arizona?
Yes,
Did you live here in Arizona in 2019?
I did.
Are you from here?
Not originally.
How long have you been in Arizona?
2009.
I want to start by asking you a little bit about some personal part of your life. Are you a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints?
Yes,
Were you raised in that religion?
I was.
As a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, did you ever meet Lori Vallow?
I did.
Do you recall sort of where you first met her? Start with that.
At church.
And do you recall approximately when you first met her?
We moved into that area in 2010, and I'm not sure if their family was there at that time or not, but.
Sometime after that?
Yes.
And did you know her husband, Charles Vallow?
Yes.
Was that also through church?
Yes.
Did you initially, well, let me start. Did you know they were married?
Yes.
Did you have more contact with one over the other?
More with Lori than with Charles.
And why was that?
My sons and husband had interaction with Lori through the primary program, And I didn't have much interaction with her before they moved to Hawaii. But when her and Charles had moved to Hawaii, we went on a trip and we stopped to visit, and Charles was not at home. And so we interacted with Lori on that trip.
Do you see Lori Vallow at that time in the courtroom today?
I'm sorry, what was that?
See Lori Vallow in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And can you point her out and identify what she's wearing?
Purple top and suit coat, dark suit coat.
Your Honor, may the record reflect
And a
the witnesses
ridiculous
identify the
hairdo.
defendant.
It shall.
Okay, so you told us that you met Lori and Charles through the church. Do you know how long you went to church with them before they moved to Hawaii?
I don't recall what year they moved, but I know that we moved to the area in 2010 and we went and visited in 2015.
Okay. And that's, you visited them in
Hawaii.
Hawaii.
Yes.
Other than that, well, let me ask you, when you visited Lori in Hawaii, were her kids there with her? But you said they lived there, right?
Yes.
Okay, so did you know at that time how many children were living with Lori and Charles?
2.
Who were they?
JJ and Tylee. I don't know if Tylee was there that weekend. She may have been gone. It might have just been JJ.
But you were familiar with them having those 2 children?
Yes.
Residing with them?
And I also had known her son before they moved to Hawaii, was in our ward as well. But he wasn't living in Hawaii, I don't believe.
That was, do you know if that was Colby?
Yes.
Was he a son from a prior marriage?
Yes.
Did you know any of Charles's children from a prior marriage?
No.
When you went to Hawaii and saw Lori and JJ, how long did you spend a day or weeks? How long were you visiting them?
We visited on a Sunday afternoon for an hour or 2, and then sometime in that week we got together for a couple of hours on the ocean, just paddle boarding, and that was it.
Had you had social interactions with Lori and Charles prior to going to Hawaii?
Not anything of other than waving or saying hello or something, no.
So mostly it would have been prior to that, tied to any church activities or things like that?
Correct.
Did you at some point learn that Lori and Charles had moved back to Arizona?
Yes.
How did you learn that?
I'm not positive if it was that I ran into them in the temple, because I recall one time seeing them both at the temple.
Okay. And do you recall if that was around 2018?
Yes.
When you said you ran into them, you're saying both Charles and Lori you saw at the temple.
Yes.
And so you learned they're back in Arizona at this point. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you ever have Lori ask you to go with her to Hawaii?
Yes, she did invite me.
Do you recall when that was?
I believe it was the fall or late summer of 2018, but I'm not positive.
Do you recall ever do you remember being interviewed by the police?
Yes.
And were you interviewed by a couple different detectives?
Yes.
In April of 2021, do you remember speaking with a detective, Ron Ball?
Yes.
And do you remember telling him that sort of the beginning of the year of 2019 is when Lori asked you if you wanted to go to Hawaii.
Could have been, yep,
Does that sound familiar to you?
yes.
Did she tell you why she wanted to go to Hawaii?
No, I don't recall.
Let me ask you this. When you spoke with the police back in 2020, was your memory better at that point about all of what
For
was going
sure.
on? Now that it's 2025, has your memory faded as to some of the details?
Yes,
Would listening to a portion of your interview about that help potentially refresh your recollection?
yes.
And Your Honor, if I can have my paralegal go up with Exhibit 282.
Go ahead.
If you can just listen to this portion and see if that refreshes your recollection as to why Lori was asking you to go to Hawaii and when.
Oh, we don't get to hear it? Oh, she's just listening to her previous statements. I get you. Okay. Nunya thinks that the prosecutor is leading the witnesses. But Lori that's why she has that paralegal there, or whoever she is next to her, her co-counsel, to help with that. What are the two brothers, Judy? You've got Adam that's still alive. Is there another one? Is it Gary? What's the other brother's name? Dog mom says no, that her little attorney can only advise her. Well, wouldn't that be advising her? Hey, she's leading. That's what I said earlier. I think that they're probably that person that's stuck having to deal with Lori over there at her table. She's like, oh, how did I get this job? What did I do in life to deserve this? One of the jurors from the first trial has written a book. I heard about that. But he's given the money. I know one of them was given the money to a good charity or something. He's not doing it for his own self.
Is that you talking to the detective about this sort of time period in January where Lori's asking you to go to Hawaii and there's a lot of things going on there?
Yes, I recall that. I actually remembered the invitation being prior to that, and what I was referring to there was something else.
Okay. So there was a prior time you had gone to Hawaii to see Lori and a prior invite, correct?
No, I'd just gone in 2015 with my family.
Okay.
That's the only time
That you went there with.
that I went there, yes.
Okay, so having listened to that recording, did it refresh your recollection about Lori inviting you to Hawaii in sort of the January of 2019 period?
Yes, but I didn't say there that I was invited to go, and I thought that that was previous to that time, but at some point in either the fall or the spring there, I thought it was the fall, winter, she invited me to go to Hawaii.
Okay.
And I wasn't able to go.
When, well, let me ask you, so in January of 2019, did Lori reach out to you about some things that were going on in her life?
Yes.
Did she talk to you about her marriage?
She shared that she was upset with Charles.
And did she indicate whether or not she was still living with him?
She had indicated that she was not with him at the time.
Did she indicate that she had gone to Hawaii?
Yes.
And did she indicate that she was not telling anyone that she was there?
She indicated that she was keeping it, that there wasn't very many people she was sharing it with, yes.
Okay. Did she indicate that Charles was back in Texas?
Yes.
Did she indicate that Charles had JJ with him in Texas?
Yes.
Did she indicate that her daughter Tylee was staying with her brother Alex?
Yes.
Did she indicate that Charles had tried to take her temple recommend away, and this was one of the reasons she left?
Yes.
And was it her, did she tell you that she didn't want Charles to know where she was?
I don't recall.
So if you had said that to the police back in April of 2021, would your memory have been better?
For sure.
Do you contest that you told the police back then that she was trying to make sure that Charles didn't know where she was?
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Would you, if you had told the police back in April of 2021 that Lori told you she didn't want Charles to know where she was, would you have been truthful back then?
For
telling
sure,
him that?
yes.
Okay. Do you know how long she stayed in Hawaii?
I don't.
Did you ever become aware of her going to Idaho as well?
No, not until December of 2019.
Do you know how long she stayed, how long she didn't let Charles know where she was?
I don't recall.
At some point, did you learn she was back in Arizona?
Yes.
Did she reach out to you to invite you to any groups?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately when the first time it was that you met with her in some group format in 2019?
I believe it was spring 2019, maybe February.
Okay. And do you recall, were there other people at that meeting?
Yes.
Do you recall who was there?
Yes.
Who was it?
Zulema, Melanie Gibb, Nicole Earle, and Serena Sharp.
Who organized that? Or who invited you? Let me ask that. Did Lori invite you, or did one of these other women invite you?
I don't recall.
Do you recall whose house it was at?
It was at Zulema's.
Okay. And did you know at that time if Lori and Charles were still separated?
Could you say that again?
Did you know at this meeting if Lori and Charles were still separated, living in different homes?
Yes, I believe so.
Did you know who was caring for JJ at that time?
Yes, I believe she was at Alex's.
JJ?
Oh, sorry, JJ. I believe JJ was in Texas.
Still with Charles?
Mm-hmm.
And that's a yes?
Yes,
And then you said Tylee was still staying with her uncle Alex?
yes.
Did you know where Lori was living at that time?
With Alex.
Had you met these other women prior to this meeting in February-ish of 2019?
The only other person that I knew was Nicole Earl.
Okay. So this was the first time you were meeting the person whose house it was at, Zulema?
Correct.
The first time that you were meeting Melanie Gibb?
Correct.
And the first time you said Serena, is that Serena Sharp?
Correct.
Was there anything that Lori said at this meeting in February-ish of 2019 that she said about Charles that stood out to you?
She was concerned about dark spirits plaguing him.
Did she in fact tell you that he was possessed by dark spirits?
I don't recall.
Did you recall talking to the police, again, back in April of 2021, and advising them that this is the first time you're hearing that Charles is possessed?
If I said it then yes.
When you were meeting on this weekend, or this weekend, what do you remember about this group meeting? Was it a night, a weekend? How was that?
It was an evening. We may have met twice in the evening that weekend.
Did you know where Serena was from? Like, did she live locally?
She did not. She was visiting from out of state.
When you were meeting at these in February of 2019, do you recall telling police that Lori was talking about Charles being dark or having a dark spirit?
Yes.
And do you recall saying that he was possessed and she had a name for who he was possessed by?
Sorry, can you say that one more time?
Sure. Do you recall telling the police that he was possessed and she had a name for who he was possessed by?
I don't recall, but believe that I said it.
Would listening to your recording help refresh your recollection as to that?
Yes.
Your Honor, if we can have her listen to Exhibit 200.
Go ahead.
Prosecutor seems to be moving a little slow with this witness too, though, don't you think? She's kind of not so sure about her questions or not as prepared. I don't know. These are the times I wish I could trim this kind of stuff out, the waiting. Cher, I used to live near, well, not far from the Clearwater location of the Scientology building. And I was always so scared to speak out about it because those people are so crazy. I didn't want anybody coming after me. Now that I'm away from that area, I would be vocal. Like I would totally do something on that on my channel about how bad it is over at Scientology. But I don't know where I'd start. Oh, you think you think the prosecutor is being super cautious because of pre-trial rulings? Okay, good point. Is there a lot happening over at the Clearwater location right now? They're protesting them. They were running. That was another thing I'd heard. Like they were running that town. They had the money in that town, and it sucks because the Clearwater Aquarium is like right there too. And of course, I think they put money into that, which is good, I guess. But I loved the Clearwater Aquarium and all that they did in that area. They did so much good. But yeah, they're the ones that saved that dolphin that they did the movie about. But they do a lot. They save a lot of animals. I know I don't want to disappear. I'm not worried about disappearing. I'm worried about them stalking me, stalking my channel, stalking my house. Yeah, I've watched some of the Scientology stuff on YouTube. And I know some of them get heat, and it's kind of because Scientology is they're so shady and backhanded that you don't know if they're coming at you. Wait, y'all, why can't we hear this? She's talking. Why do they have the sound off? Wait a minute. I'm looking to see if the white noise is playing. No. Something's not right. I didn't realize that until all right, hang on. Let me switch over to Court TV or something. Oh, they don't have any sound either. I could read to you guys what Nate put up in there, though. Hang on. Worst case scenario, we could do that. Okay. No, I just pulled up 2 other stations. Nobody has sound right now, so it's not just us. Let me read to you guys what they said. These are Nate. This is like Nate's tweeting the minute to minute about what's going on. All right, so this chick Trina, she's lived in Arizona since 2009. She was a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of the Latter-day Saints. She is and was raised in the church, and she met Lori sometime after 2010. She knew Charles Vallow. Her son and husband worked with Lori in the primary program at church. After Charles and Lori moved to Hawaii, Christina's family stopped and visited Lori in Hawaii when they were on vacation. Trina asks Christina to point out Lori, and of course she did. She's like, she's the one right there with the Yorkie Shih Tzu haircut. No, I'm just kidding. She didn't say that. Christina moved to the area where Charles and Lori lived in 2010, and she visited Lori in Hawaii again in 2015. Trina asked if Lori's kids were in Hawaii when Christina and her family went to visit, and she said there were 2 kids, JJ and Tylee. Christina doesn't recall if Tylee was there that weekend. It may have just been JJ. All right. Then she said that she also knew Colby, Lori Vallow's oldest son, but did not know Charles's other sons from a prior marriage. Christina visited with Lori on Sunday afternoons for an hour or 2. Later that week, they got together and paddleboarded on the ocean. All right. Then Trina asked her if she learned that Lori and Charles had moved back to Arizona at some point, and Christina doesn't remember exactly how she found out, but she does remember running into Charles and Lori in the temple around 2018. She was asked if she ever went back to Hawaii. She said, yes, they did invite me. It was likely the late summer or fall of 2018, but she wasn't positive. Christina recalls speaking with the Rexburg detective Ron Ball in 2021. And the prosecutor asked her if she recalls telling him that Lori wanted to go to Hawaii in 2019, and she said, yes, that's accurate. The prosecution moves to admit an exhibit dealing with why Lori was asking Christina to go to Hawaii. He said, correction, it may not have been an exhibit. It was a recording to help Christina refresh her memory. All right, we've been there. Okay, so Christina recalls Lori saying that she was unhappy with Charles. Lori contacted Christina and said she had gone to Hawaii and she was not telling a lot of people. Lori told Christina that JJ was with Charles in Houston. And Lori told Christina that Charles had tried to have her temple recommend taken away. And that was one of the reasons she left. That Charles tried to have her temple recommend taken away. I don't know what that means. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Okay. Christina told the police in 2021 that Lori told her she did not want Charles to know where Lori was when she left for Hawaii. Christina does not know how long Lori stayed in Hawaii. Christina did not know Lori went to Idaho until December of 2019. Christina eventually learned that Lori was back in Arizona, and Lori invited her to come to a group in February, spring of 2019. Other people were at the meeting. Zaluma Pastinis, that's Alex Cox's widow, Melanie Gibb, Nicole Earle, and Serena Sharp. Christina doesn't recall, invited her to the meeting, but the meeting was at Zulima's house. All right. She knew Lori and Charles were separated. JJ was with Charles in Texas at the time, and Tylee was staying with her uncle Alex. Lori was also living with Alex, according to Christina. The only other person that Christina knew in the group was Nicole. This was the first time she had met Zaluma, Melanie, and Serena. At this meeting, Lori was concerned about dark spirits plaguing Charles. Trina asks if Lori said dark spirits possessed Charles. Christina doesn't recall. Trina, the prosecutor, reminds Christina that she told police in 2021 that this was the first time she heard of Charles being possessed with a dark spirit. Christina says if she said it then it was accurate. The group met in the evening, maybe twice in a weekend. Serena was visiting from out of state. Lori said Charles had a dark spirit and was possessed. This was again, she said this. The prosecutor asked the name of the dark spirit. Christina doesn't recall the name. Prosecutor asked if listening to the recording of her interview with police would help her recall, and she said it would. So she listened to the police interview. She told police a spirit had possessed Charles, but she couldn't remember the name. Christina recalls Lori speaking about Charles being possessed on more than one occasion, and Lori was open about it. Christina recalls Lori having at least 2 phones plus a third line that was a home landline. Lori was not working at the time. Christina did not know Lori to work at all, actually. I thought she was like a famous hairdresser. I don't know. That's what I heard. So the prosecutor asked Christina if Lori ever talked to her about castings, and she said yes. It was praying for dark spirits to be cast out of someone. And Christina was in Lori's presence when Lori prayed for the evil spirit to leave her husband, Charles. The prosecutor asked if people were assigned different elements as part of the casting, and Christina said she doesn't recall. On June 9th of 2019, this was the same year that Charles died, y'all. He died in July of 2019. June 9, 2019, all the ladies got together at Zulima's house. Zulima, Alex Cox, Melanie Boudreau, Nicole Earl, Melanie Gibb, and Lori were all there. Another lady was also there. Why is Alex Cox always the only male in the room? What's up with that, y'all? I think that's weird too. Just saying. Hang on. I'm trying to turn off my fans. Okay. Sorry. Okay, Trina asked Christina's impressions about Alex Cox. She said he was pretty loud and outspoken, and I guess I was just very uncomfortable with what he was talking about. Then after the meeting, Lori still expressed that Charles was possessed. We were asked to fast and pray for her family. We came together fasting and gathering outside and had a prayer together. I believe Lori was the one who said the prayer, and then we all went in and broke our fast and ate and visited. Alex was part of the prayer outside. They didn't fast very long. As they were breaking their fast, Alex said he wished he could unalive Charles. He said the K word. Lori was around one of the times that Alex had said it, and Alex said it more than once. And she said it was jocular, as I recall that he was standing up and just talking about it pretty loudly. And Christina doesn't recall Lori ever reacting to this statement. Lori didn't say, "You can't unalive my husband. You can't say stuff like that." She never said anything like that. Lori didn't react to the statements. Christina says that the statements were upsetting. So then Lori said she had crushed up some of JJ's medicine and put it in Charles's mixed drink. And Trina asked if it was a significant amount of medication. And Christina said, yeah, it was. She said, I was disturbed by it. Alex had no reaction to this when he overheard it. The witness said that she didn't stay much longer at the gathering. She left, and the next day she asked Lori if she would visit with her. She met with Lori, and she said, I told her I was very concerned about what had been said and that it was really disturbing. I told her if something happened to Charles, I would go to the police. She said they were just being silly. Well, Lori said, we're just being silly and we're playing it off on each other, and they hadn't meant anything by it. And she was just being dramatic. Lori had said she didn't have Lori said she hadn't given Charles as many drugs as she had said the day before. She tried to minimalize it. Is it minimum? Minimalize. Okay, anyway. Lori began making statements that Christina believes went against her religion, and Lori said she did not need to repent anymore. Christina says these statements stuck out because in her faith, members believe everyone except Jesus Christ needs to repent. Lori began talking about knowing members of her group in prior lives. At the last meeting in June, Serena was not present, and Christina overheard Lori talking about Serena. It was just very negative, and that she didn't believe that Serena was going to be good after all, something to that effect. After Christina spoke to Lori did not invite Christina to anything until August when they invited her to lunch. And in July, Christina received a text message that Charles had been killed. She said, originally, when I received the message, I believed it was a brother-in-law of his who had unalived him. It was some time before I realized that Alex had been involved. She does not recall the name of the dark spirit that inhabited Charles after all this. And she says that then the prosecutor said, I have no further questions. And Lori says that she has no questions, no cross for the witness. And then there were no questions from the jury either.
During that meeting, did you overhear Lori talking about Serena in a way that also disturbed you?
Yes.
What do you recall of that?
It was just very negative, and that she didn't believe that Serena was going to be good after all, something to that effect.
Okay. So prior to that meeting, Serena had been at the meeting at Zulema's house,
Yes, just the one.
and she had been on a Zoom meeting maybe?
Yes.
Okay. And then this meeting in June, she was not. And at that point, Lori seemed to be talking negative of her.
Correct.
When you talked to Lori about these statements that you had heard Alex say and her say on the 9th, did you continue to meet up with Lori after that?
No.
Did Lori ever invite you to any more of these gatherings or prayers?
I was invited one time to go for lunch.
When was that?
I believe August.
So between June and August, you did not receive any other invitations?
No.
Did you at some point learn that Charles had been killed?
Yes.
How did you learn that?
I received a text message that he'd been killed.
And who did you think had killed Charles?
Originally, when I received the message, I believed it was a brother-in-law of his. And so it was some time before I realized that Alex had been involved.
Okay. So initially you had said when you met with Lori that you would go to the police, but when you learned Charles was killed, your understanding was it was someone else.
Correct.
So when you learned it was Alex, what was going through your head then?
I had somebody who had visited with Lori about it and had said that.
Without going into their hearsay, let me just
Okay.
ask you this. Had you spoken to someone who was passing along information to you of what they understood had happened?
Yes.
Okay. The shooting of Charles by Alex was about a month after you had heard him say he wanted to kill Charles, correct?
Yes.
Did you feel like after you confronted Lori that she distanced herself from you?
Yes.
Did that seem to be the same as what you heard and saw happening with Serena?
I don't know.
Okay. On the 9th, you had heard Lori talking negative about Serena, correct?
Yes.
And she hadn't been invited to that meeting.
She lived out of state, so it wasn't surprised that she wasn't invited.
Had she flown in for a previous meeting though?
Yes.
So
just the one, the initial one.
In terms of your interactions with Lori, did she ever tell you that she was joking about her husband being possessed?
No,
Did she ever tell you she was joking about him having this dark spirit inhabiting him?
no,
And did she ever, you told us that she told you there was a name for this spirit that you don't recall now, correct?
yes,
Did she ever tell you she was joking about that?
no.
No other questions. Thank you.
All right, Cross.
No questions, Your Honor.
Are there any questions for this witness from the jury? Not seeing any. Ma'am, you can step down.
Thank you.
All right, so now they're going into their little sidebar. So it's kind of funny she didn't want to cross that witness. Do you guys think she would have gotten anything proven if she'd have crossed that witness, or if she'd have maybe she was afraid she'd open a door because maybe she knows that girl knows a lot more than what she's actually put out there already. That was probably why. She probably did right by herself by not crossing her. Oh. Let's see. Opening way too many doors. She's opened enough of doors already. She's letting all the flies in. The spirits are going to enter the court. Woo. What were we talking? We were talking about that yesterday, weren't we? Or was it this morning? Does Lori think that Alex is overlooking her and what she's doing there? I.e., does he, is he watching on TV? God, this is horrible. These people, and they just have no conscience. And what I find so amazing about all this, you guys, is there are so many people that were okay with all this talk. They were okay with all these. I guess it's what happens when you get into a cult style situation. It's like everybody's talking that way, so you kind of fall into it. I myself would have found the way out at some point. I'd have been like, yeah, it's getting too weird for me. I'm gone. But even this woman, she pulled out, but still, she was in there a good bit of time before she pulled out. Good night, JPC. Yes, so they're going to come back on, and they're going to recess for the evening, you guys. They've already said that. That's what Nate tweeted. She is a coward. And this morning I was listening to when they were talking about resuming the kids' bodies when they found them. And they kept making a big deal about Lori needing tissue, and she didn't want to be in the courtroom when they were talking about it the second time around, and they made her stay in there. And I'm just thinking, I wish I could see some video or pictures of how she was reacting when all that was happening, because she's never shown any remorse. What is it that she say? She says that they're in a better place and they're looking down on her and everything. But then at that trial, was that a year ago? She's crying and acting like she's upset over it all. What did she think happened to him? Like she never did the deed. We don't think, but she knew they were
all right.
Being harmed.
We're going to recess for the evening. We'll resume tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. Again, I'll remind you of the admonition and advise you to avoid any sort of information about this case outside this courtroom.
All right for the jury.
Okay, so Super Kelly, here's my thought. Kelly said, I'm always wondering how people get caught up in cults. Here's my thoughts. They probably vet a lot of people, and I would say 95% never fall for it. But then they find those lonely people just looking for their space, looking for their spot. Where do they belong, And maybe they just feel like an outsider. And that's how they get them, because they love bomb them. And then they feel like they belong there with those people. They feel like, okay, I have friends now.
Else will be at recess for the day.
Yeah. I apologize, Your Honor. I said I apologize for not having a person here.
Oh, the prosecution said, I apologize for not having another person here. Nunya, so the whole headphone thing is, instead of them, Lori can't come up to the judge, or she can't get close enough to the judge or something because she's the defendant. So they have this system where they put on headphones to all speak to one another, and they play this white noise in the courtroom at the time. And nobody can hear what they're saying when they're talking to each other through these headphones and mics. It's just the judge, the defense, and the prosecution speaking to each other. Today was not a win, Judy, for the prosecution. I mean, for the defense. I agree with you. I agree with you 100%. I think that the way she acted this morning was a complete turnoff to the jury. And, you know, Chad may be right about those 144 witnesses, except he probably didn't expect that those 144 witnesses were going to be coming to court to testify against him. Okay. So what I was saying about, what I was saying about the cult thing is that I believe I would love to do a video on cults. Like, I am fascinated by that whole thing. Did you guys ever watch? There's one out there about the people. Remember the people that had the Nikes on and they found them in that house? It was probably California. And they were all covered with black blankets. Do y'all remember that? And they all, I don't know what they took, but they were all gone when they found them. I forget the name. There's so many of them out there. I forget them all. But yeah, I watched a documentary on that not too long ago. There was another documentary on Netflix about a year or two ago about some crazy cult that set up shop in like one of those towns that was like had a lot of land real out in the open, and they kind of started to take over the town. Okay, was it Stargate? Yeah. Haley's comment. Yeah. That sounds familiar. And I can't remember the name of it, you guys, but that was, if you look up like a cult documentary on Netflix, it was really, I didn't think it was going to be good, but it ended up being really good. And it always amazes me that these guys that lead the cult, Heaven's Gate, that's it, Heaven's Gate, you guys. Rajanish, yes, Wendy. Why are these cult leaders always so unattractive and these people fall? I don't understand. I don't understand what it is about these people. Like, look at that Ron guy from Scientology. He was a nut job. He was, and at the time that he brought up all this stuff with Scientology and talking about the spaceships and everything, like back then, that was like nobody believed any of that stuff back then. Like, I just don't understand how it all comes together. It's insane. But you know what? I think Chad Daybell played off. What was his last name? Ron what? From Scientology? I think Chad Daybell took notes of what he did. And he kind of was trying to be that guy, Ron, from Scientology. I really do. Like, this is all kind of too much like it, you know? Now, this has probably been spoken about before. Hubbard, thank you. This is, I'm sure, been spoken about before. Ron L. Hubbard. And to remind you guys, I haven't been following this trial until we started watching this one. So this case, back when the kids were taken and all that, I was never involved in it. I just started researching and watching all this stuff now. And so I'm getting out thoughts now that you've probably heard from other people, and I might be saying some things that are incorrect. So I do apologize if I am. I'm speaking allegedly. Yeah, today was good. So I am not a cult leader. You know, that's so funny. Somebody else said that. who was it that was calling me a leader? It might have been Barbara. I'm like, don't call me a leader, please. That makes me very uncomfortable. I don't like that at all. At all. All right, you guys. Well, tomorrow, 1 o'clock Central Standard Time. I'll probably go on a little bit earlier than that. Just get us rolling, get everybody in here before they come into court. So be back and we'll see you then. Y'all be nice to one another. Have a nice evening. Get some rest. Good night.